Should be live.
All right, recap.
Well, last week we were sent to go and try and find a group of rangers that had gone missing on an unnamed planet. Upon landing, we found a MaxTech facility that had been experimenting with some creatures called xenomorphs. The facility had been overrun and destroyed, with only a couple MaxTech people living. We tried to hightail it out of there and had a large xenomorph king tear our dropship in half and take Ceres with him. We would venture into their hive and rescue her, but she had already been implanted with an embryo. Fighting through waves of xenomorphs and waves of emotion, we managed to escape and get her back to the ship alive in time for Icy to remove the chest burster before it, chest bursted. We, then went back to Lazarly's bunker after people got time to rest and recover, and Julius told people his backstory in detail for the first time while Ash made a ring for Ceres. And I believe that's everything, right?
Yep. That is everything. So, today's episode starts... Pequod's not actually here. She's not currently here, which is strange for her. You guys are in the barracks doing what have you. Ceres is looking over at you guys, and she's looking back. She has a small little makeshift kitchen set up back where I just pinged. And she says, Julius, you look hungry.
I ate a while ago.
Ash, you need a breakfast. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
If you want to.
As she looks at you and smiles, she says, Julius, come on, have a couple eggs. You've tried to ingest her eggs. They're horrendous and runny and disgusting.
Oh, no, I really couldn't.
Ceres looks at you. Are you sure? You know what, Julius? I'll just make you a plate anyway. And she goes back, and you hear the propane little oven she has set up fire.
Don't worry, I'll eat yours.
No, she'll be watching.
Maybe you can call in a favor from Pequod or the commander as a distraction.
No. Be nice to your girlfriend.
I really don't think it's that bad. I've had worse.
Yeah, I have too, but I would rather not eat bad food.
Food is food. Good food is great, but otherwise food is food.
As you say that, the door opens. Pequod's arms filled with stuff. She comes in, and she's in a very perky mood. Hi, guys! And she tries to wave, and she's got drinks and sandwiches in her arm.
Alright, let's help you with that, and he's gonna help get the stuff set down so she doesn't kill herself.
She hands you a boba tea, strawberry boba for you, Ash, and sausage, egg, and bacon brisket. Or sandwich, excuse me.
Thank you. What's the occasion?
Ceres pops out. No eggs! And Pequod looks at her. For you, boba tea blood mixture? Ceres looks at it. She takes it. Looks at it inquisitively. I can drink this? And Pequod, Blaze assures me it's safe. Ceres immediately tries it and her eyes light up. It's delicious. And she walks up to Julius, puts her hand on his cheek, gives him a light kiss on the lips, and steak, egg, and cheese biscuit, plus plain regular boba for you. And she hands it to Julius.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
She looks you all over. Well, unfortunately, you won't be able to enjoy it here. You'll have to eat it on the go. Report to the vertibird. We have a mission! And she walks out. And as she's walking out, she gets your gear, weapons, and all that stuff. And she's in a great mood.
Are you worried because I am?
Yeah, that's not right.
Ceres looks at you guys. I didn't think we had any missions. I talked to Mom an hour ago.
Yeah, she would have called us if there was a impromptu mission or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna run down to Sergeant Hamer and get resupplied, but I suppose I'll meet you at the vertibird.
Ceres nods at you and walks out here.
You can ask her. She's your fiance. Maybe you can get it out of her.
As you're walking by, Ash, you hear Rob. He comes up to her and, Pequod. And she, hey, Rob. And he says, the retrofits on your vertibird you requested are done. Thomas had it all done, and I just looked it over. You're good to go. Deep space fuel tank. And she, thank you, and goes into the pantry. And he kind of, chipper mood, and walks out.
You just, oh no. As he goes down to Master Sergeant Hamer.
Deep space. Fun. Just what I want to hear.
Saris comes with you, Julius, and points towards the pantry. Doors closed, and she leans up against it and motions for you to come over.
He comes over and leans up.
You hear Pequod cursing, and you hear the sound of her wrist computer and a ringing sound. And you hear her say, she always used to pick up when she was a teenager, and now she never answers my call.
I see.
And you hear Pequod continue to curse and reinitiate a phone call. And come on, pick up!
I'll just go wait by the bird. I don't want to get in the middle of that.
Saris, I'm gonna go check with Mom to make sure we actually have a mission. Goes up to Commander Deckers.
Ash and Julius and Saris sitting there on the door with the fucking glass cups to their ears.
Yes. Sergeant Hamer's here, a little bit nodding off. You know, it's early in the morning. He looks up at you. Ash, what can I do for you?
I'm looking to resupply on some ammo, sir.
Yeah, sure. What do you need?
Can I get buckshot for my Benelli?
Throws you a box of 10.
Alright, and I don't suppose you might have it, but do you have ammo for this? And he's gonna pull out the micro Galil.
Let me see that thing. He takes it, takes the magazine out of the magwell, looks at the rounds. Gamma infused? Where the heck did you get these?
A gift from Captain Hunk.
Oh, puts the magazine back in. Makes sense now, but no. Hands you the rifle back. Gamma infused rounds, think depleted uranium in that sense. They're usually reserved for aircraft, weapons, artillery shells, not 5.56. That's astounding that he was able to get somebody to craft bullets in 5.56. You know how much that would cost? And he kind of looks at you. He has his mask on, but you could tell by his head position.
Going off the fact that he's an Arcane Council strike leader and one of the biggest guys in EarthGov, probably a lot.
Yeah. I mean, the craftsmanship alone. And he kind of chuckles at, I can't do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, good. Worth a shot, right?
Yeah.
Makes his way down to, well, thank you anyways, and thank you.
Ash, where are you going this early in the morning? Dr. Contry comes out. Oh, hi, Ash!
Doctor, good to see you. Pequod says we have some mission.
Dr. Contry looks at her wrist computer. I don't see anything on the docket. Sergeant Hamer does too. Yeah, but, I mean, General Rico's daughter says so, I guess.
You gonna
Dr. Contry goes in the room and comes out with 2 glowing boxes, knowing what you want.
Thank you.
One for each of you.
Thank you. Again, a lifesaver as always. Alright, well, thank you for the buckshot. Hopefully I can weasel my way into getting ammo for the Galil, but I'll be on my way.
Before you go, Sergeant Hamer, I'd imagine Gateway. You could probably get some on Gateway. I've never been there myself, but I've heard they have quite a few gunsmiths, and rangers tend to use gamma-infused rounds.
Makes sense. Well, we do have an inn with the rangers with Stasha. Maybe I could play to that.
Good idea. And he kind of tips his helmet to you.
I mean, it's not like they'd hate me for or anything upon me getting there, right?
I wouldn't see why, Ash. You're a likable young man, even if you do look old.
Thank you, sir. Alright, well. Master Sergeant, Dr. Contry.
He's asleep.
Salute's back. Hopefully, this time I don't need to spend a week in your offices. Not that I don't enjoy your company.
She looks up at you. Ash, try to come back in one piece.
I always do.
She walks back into the office. Meanwhile, as Ash makes his way, you hear this. Saris says to Julius, "Yeah, we have no mission."
That, she probably is planning something. Just use the mission as an excuse.
Saris looks at Julius again and looks at Ash as he comes up. Yeah, but I mean, we have no mission. There's nothing for us to do.
As far as Mom knows.
I mean, even if she's planning something, why would we need guns?
Shooting range?
Saris kind of shrugs.
It's Pequod. She's an enigma that I can't figure out sometimes.
As you say that, she comes up behind you. As are you, goods of this moment. She crosses her arms, and it looks like she's trying to collect herself. Okay, everybody on the bird, we have to go. We have a timetable to keep.
Okay. Walks on the bird. Okay.
Saris kind of looks confused at her and Julius and walks on the bird.
Is everything okay, dear?
She collects herself, fixes her hair. Fine, fine. We have a big day ahead of us, Julius. Big day.
Big day. What does this day entail?
Surprise! And she walks by and smacks your butt and gets on the vertebrae.
That woman. He gets on.
You take off, you hit your escape velocity, and you're passing by Gateway Station. Pequod's not saying anything. Saris twiddling her thumbs behind Ash. So, where are we going? And Pequod, oh, nowhere special, and doesn't say anything.
Nowhere special. Deep space. Oh yeah, that adds up.
Yeah, every time we go nowhere special on what seems to be normal missions, one of us four ends up nearly dying.
Pequod looks at you. Well, nobody should die on this trip, God willing, she says through her teeth.
Are we going to see someone?
Oh, sort of, yeah. You could say that. And right as she says that, there's a beep, 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 beep of the communicator. She goes to try and decline the call. You can stop her if you...
He's gonna stop her.
Okay, you gonna answer the call?
Yeah, he'll answer it.
Sasha pops up on the screen as you pass Gateway. Pequod, I really don't think this is a good idea just because you're General Rico's daughter. Oh, Sasha, I'll talk to you later. And she hangs up on Sasha. And Sarah's kind of and tilts her head looking at Pequod.
What are you doing, Pequod?
What am I doing? What are we doing? We're doing something together.
What are we doing, Pequod, if Sasha doesn't think it's a good idea?
We're not going to fight xenomorphs or space hunters or anything like that. Don't worry.
Okay, a better question. How many laws and regulations are we breaking right now?
Currently none.
How many are we about to?
She stops and purses her lip. Maybe one. Give or take.
Okay. And how likely are the two of us who aren't directly related to who are not the children of high-ranking EarthGov officers, how likely is it for those two of us to get court-martialed for this?
Oh, don't worry. There's no court-martial, Ash. She waves you off. She looks at Julia, dead in the eye. Do you trust me?
With all my soul, dear.
She looks over at Ash. You've trusted me to pull your ass out of the fire, cover you from the sky. Do you trust me?
Yes, you really do know how to be manipulative when you need to.
She looks at Saris and I already know you trust me. And Saris nods with a smile. Then we're gonna be fine.
Okay. Hey, you can't blame me for being worried. That's kind of my job.
She puts the ship into autopilot, thrusters engaged. I have to go try to make a call. The ship's fine. You don't need me up here. I'll be right back. And she walks away.
So that's fun.
Saris watches her walk away. Are we gonna die?
We might, if she's calling icy.
Why would she call Icy?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, those two are thick as thieves. Probably something.
You
I'll
notice,
take back for all
well,
the
you,
times we've pranked Icy.
you notice that the nav computer has no information and you can't see where you're going either.
No. Well, there's no way we'd be doing anything too dangerous, although the fact that she admitted to us breaking one law or regulation means we're probably breaking closer to 10.
Saris leans back, or 20.
Or 20. Maybe, looks at her, maybe Commander Mom will be able to get us out of trouble if it's too bad?
Saris kind of shrugs. I hope so. You hear Pequod. Saris can faintly hear her. She has way better hearing than you guys, being a vampire. She is listening. She has her head down, and Pequod's saying the same thing. Like, come on, pick up the damn call!
You hear anything?
And Saris, she's trying to call Icy, who apparently is not answering her.
Well, I mean, Icy does have new responsibilities, being the heir apparent to the great Mr. Death.
Saris looks at you. You don't have to be that dramatic.
Hey, that's fair. Hey, it is what it is. It is an important thing, though. She's the heir apparent to, debatably the greatest non-magic or non-superpowered combatant that EarthGov has ever had. And she's getting ready to possibly lead her own strike squad. She's probably got a lot on her plate.
Saris kind of taps her lip. Yeah, I like it, Hunk, a lot. He's strange, don't you think? And she looks at both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant fighter. Few smarter when it comes to a head-to-head fight. Anything that doesn't have to do with combat, though... How do I put this nicely? He's not skilled at it.
Mom always used to say he was a few eggs short of a dozen.
And he doesn't know when to shut the hell up.
And right as you say that, Pequod comes out, fixes her hair. Oh, well, everything's under control, don't worry. And she sits down. Everything's gonna be... She blankly stares out the cockpit window. Fine.
You okay? Seem like something's bothering you.
Oh, nothing. Everything's fine, Ash. Eat your breakfast.
He's going to take a sip of his boba. You've got the same 1,000-yard stare that I had back when we thought Saris wasn't gonna make it.
Yeah, I do. And she looks at you and then kind of smiles. Everything's fine, Ash. Don't worry. Julius, it's gonna be great.
Why'd you say that to me specifically?
Because I'm not nervous trying to cover up the fact I'm nervous. And Sarah's kind of looks at...
Okay, yeah, totally not nervous. He's gonna reach around and hug her.
Saris looks at you, Julius, and Pequod. I have it! We're going to meet General Rico. You're going to introduce Julius to your dad today. And Pequod, oh no, that... We already passed Gateway. And Saris, oh, right. Oh,
Thank God.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to see him. The General probably goes off Gateway regularly.
Pequod, yeah, he does. He definitely does, but we are not going to see Dad today. We're going somewhere else.
You're not taking us for a shotgun wedding, are you?
Oh, no, she laughs a little bit. No, just future-proofing. And she smiles. She has her Gods of This Moment hoodie on.
Future-proofing. Oh god, are you taking Julius baby clothes shopping?
She looks at Julius and you. No, I wish, Ash. I wouldn't be this nervous if we were.
Okay. I'm surprised we haven't had that announcement yet.
And she, all in good time, and smiles, kicks in the thruster drives. You land on a a forestscape planet, like Pacific Northwest forestscape. She sets the Verdi down. And you should see where you are. You're right here. She's leading the group. Sarah's right behind her. She walks up to the sign. You can scroll in if you'd like to read the sign. And Pequod kind of and turns the sign the other direction, trying to prevent you guys from reading.
You sure we're
There
only
you go.
breaking one?
You should be able to see the sign now, yeah.
Yeah.
And just one. Just one. And Saris points over here. There's another one!
And another one.
Pequod, don't worry. We'll be okay.
Yeah, I think there's only so much you being Generico's daughter can handle.
She looks back at you, Julius, and puts out her hand.
Oh, he takes it?
Okay, then you're coming with me. She takes you past the perimeter of the sign. Perimeters, I mean, there's a sign up here. They're all over the place. She looks back at Saris, and Saris looks at Ash and moves ahead. And she looks back at Ash. You coming?
He's following up the rear.
Well, you make your way to, and it's not a castle. It's a base. It's a military base. You can see the outside of it. And it looks like it's... I mean, from the outside, you can't tell if there's power or anything on it. But you don't see any. And Pequod takes a step up and looks around.
Pequod, what is this?
She looks around and starts typing on her wrist computer. Nothing, Ash, nothing. As Saris looks around in confusion.
He's gonna take a peek at her wrist computer.
She's trying to call Ice.
Okay, why have you been trying to call IC this entire time?
We're good friends, Julius. I've known her since she was a kid. And we are good friends. I just want to see how she's doing. I'm concerned about her, unlike you two.
Hey, I am concerned about IC a lot of the time. But not right now. I mean,
I am too. I also understand that if she really wanted to, she could rip us in half.
Eris steps up and I agree with Ash. I think she could take care of her. And as she says her, you hear the sound of laser pointers powering up. Now, I want you to take a look around the entirety of the map because you have to understand the gravity of the situation you're in right now. I'll put the... So this is what they look like. We'll reveal every single one of them.
Pequod.
Two appear from stealth camo here. Two pop up the cliff face here. Two pop up the cliff face. And behind you, it would be like that scene in Predators where the dude has like, in the trailer where he has like 80 fucking Predator lasers on his chest. You guys have, I don't know, if you look straight up, you're getting blinded by the light of the lasers. That's how many laser sights you have on you. There's a large group of them behind you that come out from stealth. Saris looks shocked. She couldn't detect them, smell them, or anything. And you hear them yelling, "Drop your weapons! Drop them!"
oh God. Julius is just gonna drop his scythe and knife.
The one who's yelling, "Drop your weapon," standing right on the bridge, comes out from stealth. These guys move in closer. They're aiming their weapons at you guys. Drop your weapons! Barrel goes up against the back of Ash's head.
Hey. Alright. He's gonna slowly take the pistols out of the holsters and set them on the ground in front of him. Pequod, I swear to God.
She does not say anything. She watches all these guys surround you. This one stands here, and the one who's yelling the order, the one in the middle here, walks up, and he, "Drop your weapons!" And Pequod unholsters the Makarov, and she had the flamethrower, sets it on the ground next to her. This guy moves up here, collects her weapons, moves back here, and Pequod steps up. She's got a fist. She's making a fist. and her hand shaking. And I am General Rico's daughter, and the guy, and she, ugh, you hear her whimper for a second. And do you think that last name gives you impunity to do whatever you want? And she steps back in fear, back into Julius's chest, as she looks down and sees every laser pointer from the top of the base is now on her chest. And he's just standing there silently.
One rule, eh?
The guy looks at you, Ash. What are you doing here? Since this one's too afraid to talk. Apparently Kat's got her tongue. Rico's daughter.
We were told by our pilot that we had some mission to do. That's all I was told, sir.
Mission? He steps back. You kept these clowns in the dark? And Pequod presses back up against Julius even harder. So you don't know where you are?
Not in the slightest, sir.
He steps up. How did you even get the coordinates to this place? And Pequod, well, I am General Rico's daughter. And the guards look at her, and he shrugs and shakes his head. And guess who's getting court-martial? All 4 of you. Rico or not. Pequod shaking her fist in fear and anger.
This is awesome. This is great. I love all this.
This guy cuffed them. This guy gets his handcuffs, goes to take Pequod's hand, and you hear a sharp whistle. And Pequod, oh, thank God! And Icy, big doors of the base open. And Icy's here, and she's waving her hands and like, wait, relax. She comes out. Let them go. And the guard captain turns around, looks at her, and she walks up. You've done well. Pats him on the shoulder. And he, friends of yours? And she, yeah. He looks down at her. Captain rank or not, you can't be inviting your friends to Sword Base. And you've both heard. Sword Base is where the Arcane Council's based out of. So now you all know where you are. Icy looks at the guard. Well, yeah, you know what? Honestly, I forgot I invited them. It slipped my mind. And yeah, sure. He waves the guards off. Guess it's your lucky day. They start walking off. Going back to their guard position. Ceres watches them walk off and, what are we doing at Sword Base? She freaks.
Picks up his pistols and holsters them? Yeah. Why are we here?
Icy walks up and crosses her arm. Good question. You have no business being here. And Pequod, I need to speak to the council. And then she looks back at Julia.
Julius just stares at her in anger and refusing to say anything.
Yeah.
Icy lifts a hand from her crossed arm position. You could have been killed. The only reason they didn't kill you is because they probably ID'd you when you got off whatever ship you used to get here. Most people who cross the signs get shot instantly. And Pequod shivers for a second.
Why do you need to talk to the council, dear?
Future proofing, Julia.
No. You don't get to do that right now. Explain further.
She looks back at you, Ash, and Ceres, and gestures towards Ice. She's gonna be the leader of Alpha 9. We're Team Gods of this moment. She's part of that team. We should be a team. We should be the team.
I'd love to, but it's already been decided that we're not going to be on that team. We asked about this already, didn't we?
She looks at you, Ash. There's no harm in trying and pleading your case, Ash.
No, there is harm. Case in point, we all were nearly shot or court-martialed.
Icy kind of steps aside. I'm not saying anything. Crosses her arm. Pequod looks at you. I'd say our friendship and our group is worth risking our lives for, Ash. We risked our lives to save Saris, and she points at Saris.
And we risked our lives to save yours. But there's a difference between risking your lives to save each other in life or death and recklessly doing something like this.
She looks at you, Ash. Maybe you're right, but I deemed it worth the risk.
Gods. I hope it was.
She looks at Julius. You can be mad at me all you want. It was worth the chance. And she crosses her arms and turns her nose up to Julius.
Okay. I respect that.
She looks back at Ash. We're a good team. We're an asset to the military. The 5 of us, plus Sasha and maybe some other people. Who knows? It's worth a shot at. I believe in us, and I believe in, as dumb as it sounds, team gods of this moment.
I do as well, but there had to have been some better way to go about this.
She looks back at you. If I told you what we were doing, you wouldn't have come.
But you could have tried to get your dad to call in a favor. I'm sure the Arcane Council must owe him something.
Well, how do you think I got the coordinates to their base? I stole it off his computer on Gateway. And she shrugs, and I see, Jesus, and rubs the back of her neck.
Calling in a favor and capital crimes are two different things.
Pequod turns to Julius. You trust me. I know you trust me. I know the 3 of you trust me. I know you trust me. She points at Icy. This has to be done. And Icy, huh? And she breaks into a sprint and starts running into the base. And the guards there are some guards left. They just let her go. And she gets through the door.
He's gonna walk after her. Oh.
Icy joins you with her arms crossed, walking.
Is this what Hunk felt like when he was training you?
Icy looks at you. Probably, yeah. I'm glad to say that part's behind me, but the council is in session.
You have anything that might help me not have a heart attack right now?
Icy looks back at you because you're behind the group. Not currently on hand, but we do have, some of the best medical facilities in the galaxy. So should you keel over, you should be okay.
Could keep that on standby because any more of this and... Oh, gods.
Well, you'll find yourself in a familiar place. You see Pequod open this huge door, and you find yourself here, and there's 4 individuals here talking amongst one another, and Icy kind of stands in the back and crosses her arms as Pequod looks back at you guys, hits Julius in the chest, hits Ash in the chest, and points at them. Come on.
Okay.
Saris pulls up her wrist computer and starts taking pictures of the place. She's, never thought she'd see the inside of Sword Base, let alone the council's private chamber. Icy follows you up, and they're in a deep conversation. They're looking across the tables at one another. They don't even notice you guys come up. And Pequod, Julius?
Oh,
Master Yen looks over. Hello? I've seen that man before. Where have I seen you before, young man?
We're Julius Rainfall and Asharian Valorius.
A pleasure to meet you!
You met us a few months ago at a restaurant on Earth. An interview.
The druid woman in her tree form, they're the new members of Squad Sigma.
At this point, there's like a... You know how when people get like really intense into something, they get veins popping out of their forehead? Ash has a big one across the right side of his forehead right now.
The elf lady looks over. What are you guys doing here? She smiles slightly, and this old man is tapping his fingers on the table. Yes, what are they doing here, Nicole? And Icy, I brought them to talk to you. They really need to talk to you. And Pequod, yes, we do. Ash, talk to them.
I was not expecting this today. Patricia here had something she wanted to ask you. And he's gonna elbow her towards them.
Yes, but Julius can speak better than me. And she elbows Julius in the stomach.
Oh, man. Patricia here would like to know if the 5 of us, and perhaps some other people, could form a squad.
A squad? That sounds like a wonderful idea! He looks at you and smiles.
I say what now?
That's an excellent idea, and the elf lady, they're gonna be on Malcolm's squad, yeah? Oh, that's right, yes, the guy with the hat likes to run away, that guy. Yeah, squad, what's Sigma, yes! And this guy, aha! He speaks in a British accent. Really? You came all this way for this?
Apparently, sir.
Pequod walks up, looks them all over, makes eye contact with each one, and she says, with all due respects, we are Team Gods if this moment. This lady has to turn her chair to stop from laughing.
And,
Master Yen claps.
And at that point, the vein in Ash's head gets bigger, and his nose starts bleeding.
The elf lady has to turn her chair and cover her mouth from stopping laugh. Master Yen, an excellent team name! That's much better than Squad Sigma, I'd say.
Do you have a tissue? I see.
He hands you a handkerchief.
Thank you.
It's a magic one that soothes your nostrils and stops you from bleeding.
Okay. I'm going to sit down, if that's alright.
She pulls the chair out and moves out of the way to let you sit. Pequod continues, I'm Patricia Rico. She puts her hand on her chest, and the British guy, we know who you are. She stands back. This is Julius Rainfall, my future husband. We know. This is a Sherion Valorius. We know. This is Saris. We don't care, and we know. And Pequod stops and loses her nerve. She backs up against Julius. Help, Julius!
I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, we're the people she said we were. When, if at all possible, could we have a transfer?
The two females stop laughing, and Master Yen, of course you can! And the British guy, no, you can't. You're going to be on Squad 3. You came here to pitch your pathetic love story to be on a strike team together, because you can't spare being separated for a few months, maybe a year. Do you know how many, Pequod begins losing her nerve even more, individuals in EarthGov give up time with their loved ones? Months, years. I've read your bio, young lady. We've known about you for a long time. You see tears start to form in her eyes. You don't want to be treated different when it doesn't benefit you. But when it benefits you, you sure like to throw your last name around. The only reason you're not riddled with bullets is because of your last name. And she starts to cry a little bit.
Julius steps in front of her and pushes her back. Alright, that's enough, dude.
He looks at you. No, it's not enough. He stands up. I'm gonna make their tokens a little smaller. He stands up. It's not enough, young man. I could kill you where you stand. Be quiet and only speak when spoken to. And he moves you back. He puts his hand and you move back into the table. You, young lady, are a Master Yen. Oh, give it a break. It's great. Who else would have the balls to come marching into our council hall and demand to be on a squad with their loved one? The elf lady stands up. I must admit, if there's any reason to do something this stupid, love is the best one. The tree lady stands up and walks over. I agree. A brave stand. And noble. And Master Yen walks up to her and kisses her hand. Now, my fair maiden werewolf, don't cry. And he hands her a handkerchief. And Ceres looks at him and looks at Ash and then points at herself. And he yes, my fair maiden werewolf. You're the werewolf, aren't you? And he looks at Pequod and she doesn't say anything.
None of us are werewolves, sir. We have a vampire.
Ah, vampire! It must be you! And Icy just starts laughing. And Pequod stops crying. Master Yen, there's no need for tears in the Arcane Council. And who are you, young man? And he looks at
Sherry and Valoris, we've met.
You look very handsome for your age. I swear I've seen you shirtless somewhere before. He points at Julia.
Heh, heh, heh. Maybe.
He walks up to Steris. You are the most beautiful of the werewolf lichen type. And he kisses her. She blushes.
She is my beautiful werewolf, aren't you? With a stupid grin.
Ceres busy blushing. These two come up and they have to stop themselves from laughing. This guy clears his throat. And Master Yen, oh yes, back. What were we talking about again? Fill me in. I've missed it. Did I miss something important? And he looks around the room. And Pequod, I would like, and the guy in the middle, no. Your boyfriend and his gunslinger of a friend are going to be on Squad Sigma, one way or another. And the elf lady speaks up, that being said, and the British guy, we are glad you came. We've wanted to meet with you, Master Yen. Yes, we have. Young man, who are you again? As he comes up to that.
Nice to meet you again, Master Yen.
I didn't know it was Christmas time. Sometimes we have Santa Claus come for the kids here at Swordbait.
Gods.
What have you brought for the kids this year, Santa?
Oh, it seems that my elves left the, presents back at the North Pole. I suppose we'll have to grab them.
Julius, you notice Ceres is just staring at the hand he kissed and mouthing werewolf to herself. And the elf lady steps up, and the tree lady steps up, and the old man begrudgingly sits down and puts his hand on the table. And the elf lady, you're quite the pilot. And Pequod, yeah, I can fly most anything. And the tree lady comes up and puts her arm around her. How would you like to be a pilot on an Arcane Council strike squad? Pequod's eyes light up like Christmas as Master... Oh wait. Is he back?
Yeah.
Okay. So Pequod's eyes have lit up when they said, how would you like to be a pilot for the Arcane Council strike squad? The tree lady puts her arm around Pequod, and the elf lady... We were going to reach out to you. Eventually. That being said, she gestures over to Icy. The young Nicole has put in, at this point, and the British guy, 10,004 request forms for you to be the pilot of Alpha Niner when she takes over. 5 months after she takes over. And Icy steps up. That's right. The current pilot for Alpha Niner is a man named Tech. His contract expires in 5 months. So, once his contract expires, and Pequod, does that mean I'm gonna get to be your pilot? And Icy, yeah, it only took 10,000 request forms, but I got it done. And this guy, I try to ignore them as long as possible. I don't think you're cut out for an important role like pilot. And Master Yen, oh, be quiet, you old stick in the mud. Can't you see Santa's here? And he points at that.
I'm gonna stand up. All due respect, sir. And this is, again, the respect befitting your station. You're wrong, she's the best damn pilot in the galaxy.
Master Yen turns to him, you see, Santa agrees! Pequod tries to stop herself from laughing. Ceres, I concur. She is the best. The tree lady kind of takes her up here, and yes, she's very good. She just has a proclivity for ignoring orders. Isn't that right, Mr. Valorius? Private Valorius. Operational prudence, Private Valorius. Tell the truth.
At times, ma'am. But I'd assume there'd one such as Nicole here can handle that. I mean, if she can't, then I'd say that Captain Hunk failed to do his job. And the Arcane Council would have been wrong about her, something I would assume you never are, locking eyes with him.
Master Yen walks up to Julius. You must be Carrot Top! And he goes to shake your hand.
He shakes his hand. Yeah.
Tell us a joke, Carrot Top!
Julius takes off some goggles or something. It's my friend, Goggles McGee. Isn't he funny?
Master Yen starts laughing. I see. The two females of the group, they chuckle awkwardly to make you feel better. And Master Yen, oh my werewolf beauty, may I kiss your hand one more time? And Ceres blushes again and he kisses her hand for an awkwardly long time. And the elf lady puts her hand on Pequod's shoulders. I think what's necessary here for you, Pequod, is responsibility. And the tree woman, I concur. And Master Yen, yes, whatever that means. I can't even spell it. And Pequod looks up at her. What do you mean? And I see every Arcane Council strike team needs an XO, a second in command. Usually it's one of the combatants. That being said, I've put in, and the guy speaks up, 12,001 Battlefield Commission request. And the elf lady opens her hand, and there's a lieutenant insignia in her hand. This is for you. We were waiting to give this to you. We would have liked to have come surprised you at Raven Rock. That being said, you beat us to the punch. And Pequod looks shocked and is looking down at her hand. And Master Yen, yes! Chocolate bars or whatever those are. Would you like something? How about hot cocoa, Santa?
No, thank you, sir.
Ceres is still looking at her hand. Am I a werewolf or a vampire?
You're alright. We'll talk back when we get back to the ship.
Master Yen moves over. Oh, yes, the promotion for... What is her name again? Pequod. Yes, Pequod, yes. We think it's befitting of you. You will be Icy's XO. You've been good friends to her since she was a child. Every captain needs a good XO. But unfortunately, we need Santa Claus and Carrot Top for Squad Sigma. You understand, of course. And Pequod takes it looking shocked. And Master Yen stands back, and the elf lady, it's befitting of your last name. You're climbing the rank. Pequod still looking shocked. The tree lady, you will have to go to Groom Lake for training. Flying an Arcane Council ship is a whole different ball game than flying a vertibird or a private shuttle. That being said, we know you're up to it. You'll be leaving 2 days after these two, Julius and Ash, not Carrot Top and Santa Claus, leave for Squad Sig. And Pequod's just staring down at the lieutenant bar. She looks at Julius and smiles.
Julius gives her 2 thumbs up.
Master Yen, well now, what a beautiful day. I'm going for a walk, come on. Let's go for a walk. And he looks at the elf lady and she smiles. And she looks around and, thank you for coming. I'd say our council session is concluded. Unless there's any other questions. And she smiles at all of you.
No, ma'am.
This guy and walks off in a huff. The tree woman looks down at Pequod. Master Yen comes over and, oh, Carrot Top, how I've missed you, and kisses Julius's hand. Do you let him?
Yeah.
Kisses Julius's hand as the tree woman looks down at Pequod and says, this means responsibility. Something you really don't know anything about, regardless of what Ash thinks of you. She's still looking down at it. This means you have to take orders now. If you don't, you'll lose your flight wings. And you won't be a pilot. And in fact, you'll be expelled from EarthGov. And the elf lady speaks up. And this isn't our doing. And Master Yen comes from your father. And Pequod, oh. We do think you're ready for a promotion, the elf lady speaks up. But you need to follow orders and fall in line. And she puts her hand on Pequod's shoulders. You're ready for this. We know you're ready for this. And someday, maybe, you can be on a squad with your husband. And your friend, Santa Claus!
Yes,
And she looks down at Pequod. You're very deserving of this. Congratulations. Pequod utters thank you in shock. They bow to Pequod and walk out. And Master Yen, Santa, I hope you brought me something good. And he goes to kiss your hand.
He just lets him.
Well, Santa, farewell. I know you have much to do at the North Pole. I won't keep you. Goodbye, my werewolf. And he walks off, or grows big, whatever. They disappear. And Pequod looks at Icy and runs over and hugs. And you can hear Icy saying, "Get off me!" And she's squeezing her to the point where she can't breathe.
Oh, God. Jesus Christ. He's just gonna sit back down in the chair.
Icy starts waving her blaster in the air. Julius, if you don't get her off me, I'm gonna shoot her!
Julius puts both hands on Pequod's shoulders and tries to pull her away.
You get her off. You go falling back here. Saris walks over. I'm a werewolf!
No, you're not. He's just 2 steps away from senility. Senility. You're fine.
Icy collects herself. More than 2 hours.
Fair. Well, it's good to see that not all of the Arcane Council are complete pricks. That's a good thing to know, because I worry about that with any group that has such a high and lofty name.
Icy shrug. Just the old British guy is kind of annoying. The other 3 are pretty nice and understand. For the most.
Fair. The old guy just seems like someone who, I don't know, stick up his ass, I guess is a good way to put it.
Icy gestures for Pequod to come over. Pequod comes over, and Icy starts pinning the lieutenant bar on her collar. And Icy, he's a real stick in the mud, as you might say.
I wouldn't say stick in the mud, I would say cactus up the ass.
Icy nods, yeah, that's a good approximation too. And as she's pinning the lieutenant bars to Pequod, the elf lady comes back down the stairs up here one more time. You do know what this means, right? I forgot to mention that. And Pequod, what? I understand I have to be responsible. I have to... No, it means you don't have to listen to him anymore. And she points at Ash and chuckles and walks off. And Pequod has a huge grin on her face.
He's gonna raise his voice slightly. You know, I might not make it to Squad Sigma at this rate.
You hear faintly from the stairs, "You'll make it. We know you will."
Can you just, looks at her, can you just please try to have mercy on my heart at this point?
Pequod, a huge grin on her face. "I'm in charge now." And Saris, "I'm happy for you."
I'm happy for you too. Get up, congratulations, Lieutenant.
Pequod, gesturing for you to salute her, Ash.
He's gonna sarcastically salute, Lieutenant.
She salutes back, and Icy, "Well, have a nice trip." And snaps her fingers, and you find yourself right back at the vertebra. And Pequod looks around at you guys. So, you want to go show Lazuli my new promotion?
Yeah, let's go.
I can't believe my dad would kick me out of EarthGov for disobeying orders as she's walking to the vertebra.
Pequod?
It's
Yes.
almost like everyone else who disobeys orders would get kicked out of EarthGov.
Or commit how many capital offenses that just happened?
Pequod looks at you. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to march into the Arcane Council's base, but it worked out! She points to her lieutenant bars. "I'm gonna be the captain of an Arcane Council ship! The pilot!
Yes.
Second in command!"
Yes, you are.
And you make your way to Mom's bunk. Rocco's sitting on the table enjoying some water as Leslie and Blaze are talking. Saris walks in. Leslie looks over her shoulder. Look what the cat dragged in.
Good to see you, Mom. I'm just gonna sit down on the chair.
Hunk is sleeping in the chair. He's knocked out cold. Pequod walks up to Leslie and and Leslie looks at her and what? Is something wrong? Pequod and Leslie still doesn't notice the bar.
Mom, look at right about there. He points to the bars.
Oh, Lieutenant! And Saris, that's right. She's gonna be a member of Icy's team, the pilot, in a couple months. And Leslie, yeah, we know. And Pequod, what? Icy's been putting in the request for months. We know. Apparently the Arcane Council were gonna come see you. But, did they come see you? And Pequod, Ash will tell you about that. I have to get a drink of water. Goes over here.
What was that?
Leslie looks, don't tell me you guys went to Sword Base.
Yeah, we did.
Well, must have went well. And she shrugs.
Yeah, we're alive. Oh, gods.
Leslie hands Rocco to Julius as Hunk in the chair.
Yeah.
We went there. We nearly got shot by about, what would you say, 30 guards. Icy saved our asses. We ended up in the Arcane Council chambers. Pequod tried to plead her case, and some fucking asshole on the council was, as I said, a fucking asshole to her. The rest of them were actually reasonable human beings, explained her promotion and her role, and gave her her promotion.
Leslie gestures down at Rocco. He's getting big pretty fast, and he is getting heavier, Julius. In a good way. He's growing.
That he is.
Leslie looks over at you. Well, it worked out. You're still alive.
It did, although I may or may not have had time taken off my life.
Blaze looks at you. Are you feeling up to finishing your firearm?
I suppose. He's gonna go. Give me one moment. He's going to go up into the fridge area and try to find, I guess, the equivalent of a Red Bull.
There is. Yeah, sure, there's something just like it.
He's gonna grab it, pop it, and just skull the thing. Okay. That should be alright.
Blaze comes over to you. Come with me, young man. As Pequod starts making sandwiches. And Leslie looks at Julius. So, you actually agreed to go to Sword Base.
We didn't agree to anything.
And Saris,
tricked us into it.
Saris sits down at the bar. Yeah, we were kind of kept in the dark. As Pequod continues to make sandwiches, pretending she doesn't hear it. Leslie looks down at you, Julius. Well, I guess it was nice to meet most of your former, or your future employers, I should say. Did you have a chance to meet your future captain?
That Malcolm guy? No, he wasn't there.
Oh. She kind of crosses her arms and walks away. Well, I've heard interesting things. She sits down next to Sarah. Pequod comes up and puts a sandwich down on the table for you, Julius. Roast beef.
Thank you, dear. Or LT, as I should call you now.
Pequod winks at you and goes back to make more sandwiches. And Leslie, make one for me and Ash as well. And she begins working on sandwiches. As you get into the gun room. You get into the room, Blaze locks the door behind you, Ash. He opens the same compartment from last week, and he pulls out the ring, safe and sound, and puts it back in.
Thank you, Blaze. That's a load off my shoulders, knowing I've got you to trust with it.
It won't be going anywhere but on her finger when the time comes.
Thank you.
Now, he gestures towards the guns. We're close to finishing them. Let's put the final touches on them, shall we? Revolver or SOCOM first?
Let's knock out the, let me look at my notes. The revolver probably has less fine-tuning. We'll go with that first.
Understood. He takes it off the wall and hands it to you.
Okay. Alright. Well, I'm assuming we're going with a swing-out design for the cylinders?
Yes.
Good. I know there are some advantages that come with the top brake design, but I prefer the reliability of the swing-out.
Top brake designs tend to struggle in cold weather.
Exactly. And, well, looks around. I think probably planning to have cold weather's a good idea.
As a member of an Arcane Council strike squad, you don't know what environment you may be fighting in.
Exactly. So reliability is key.
And versatility.
Exactly. Let me see my notes. Alright. And I guess he's gonna get started working on it. First thing is, like I said the last time we talked about, I'm gonna start working on, I guess, fine-tuning the amount of weight it takes to pull the trigger.
Lighter pull or heavier pull for you?
I think I'm gonna go with a slightly lighter pull over what it normally has. Probably assume for double action between 10. I'm gonna go with 11 pounds instead of the normal weight. Give it a little easier pull, but not going to a full hair trigger.
Fair enough.
He's gonna start working on that.
Up here, Hunk. He comes to Julius. He stands up, brushes himself off. What are you doing here, son?
We came by to show you all the LT over there. And he points to Pequod.
He looks over at Pequod. LT? Since when? Pequod smiles and continues making sandwiches and looks at Julius.
Just recently, since we tried to sneak into Sword Base.
Hunk takes the dog from you. Sneak into... What?
We didn't agree to it. Pequod tricked us into it.
He has the dog. They let you in?
Hey, yeah, Sis helped us out.
Sarah speaks up. By the graces of Icy and Pequod's last name. We were told twice the only reason we weren't shot to death is because she's General Rico's daughter. And Hunk, what an idiotic idea! And Pequod, hey, it got me these! And she points to the lieutenant bar. And Leslie looks back at her and shakes her head.
You would have gotten them anyway.
And Pequod comes out with another sandwich, slides it to Hunk, and she, and she stops for a second. I just wanted to keep us together, Julius. You, me, Ash, Sarah. With Icy's pool, Sasha, I wanted to keep a good thing together. And Leslie kind of puts her hand out. Hard to argue that point.
Julie stands up, leans over the table, and gives her a kiss on the forehead. I can understand that.
Hunk looks at you guys. That's so sweet. He sets Rocco down here and starts eating the sandwich. Rocco runs to Pico. And Leslie starts eating her sandwich. Well, there are better ways to go about it, but at least you tried your best. Pequod smiles. And Leslie, no more breaking into bases. And Pequod, yes, ma'am. And Leslie, if your dad heard about that, yeah. And Leslie just takes another bite of her sandwich. As down here, you finish the revolver up at.
Okay. Alright. Going to take a look at it. Just do a couple test trigger pulls with it before handing it back to Blaze. Feels nice.
Perfect. He takes it, puts it back on the wall.
Oh boy, she really tried to get us killed this time.
He pulls the SOCOM off the wall and hands it to you. All's well that ends well. And he smiles at you.
I suppose. Oh boy. Well, let's get working on this. Much the same way, this one's I'm gonna go with a slightly lighter pull strength for the trigger on this, as well as, I'm thinking to doing a captured recoil assembly on this one.
Why so?
Easier to remove it and replace it if need be in the field.
Good point. You never know how long you'll be out there in the field. Some Arcane Council missions extend for months on end.
Exactly. Anything to make it easier to upkeep and maintain these things is a good idea.
He puts his, kind of foreshadowing some things, he puts his hand on your shoulder. Though if you have a good captain on your strike squad, he should go out of his way to keep your weapons in working order and help you in any way possible.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have a great captain. I mean, the Arcane Council wouldn't put a bad leader in control of one of their, 3 strike squads?
2 at this point. Squad Sigma and Icy's squad. I think Ebenezer's squad's on break for now.
Okay, so yeah, there's no way that we'd get a leader who wouldn't lead, right?
He looks at the guns. Did you have a chance to meet him?
No, I didn't, but I heard one of the Arcane Council members refer to him as Malcolm, that wizard who runs a lot.
Blaze looks at you concerned for a second. Anyway, back to the gun. Ash tries to change the subject.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Alright. Well, I think I'm gonna start working on those, as well as, oh boy. Possibly, I'm just gonna start working on those, alright?
Blaze points to the flashlight. As you can see here, I've installed a small solar panel on the flashlight attachment at the bottom. We won't have to rely on batteries. As long as you keep this thing under some type of fluorescent light, or you're out in the field during the day, this battery will run indefinitely. Or this flashlight, I should say.
Good, thank you. That should be a good thing. A thought occurred to me. Is it possible for there to be a small, how do I put it? Is it possible to build the holster in a way that there is either it charges this through a solar panel on the holster while it's holstered, or to have a small light that only shines on the inside of the holster?
I don't see why not. I can do that. I can do that in a few days.
Perfect. Like I said, better to idiot-proof everything if we're going to be on a strike squad, right?
Yes, indeed. So the guns will not be ready today, but you give me a few days and I'll have this installed for you.
Of course. I trust you completely.
He puts his hand on your shoulder, and back up here, Hunk looks at you. So, he looks at the door. Where's Icy?
She stayed at sword base.
Leslie rolls her eyes, and Hunk, there wasn't any boys there, was there?
I mean, other than like guards and that dickhead on Arcane Council now.
No. Did you have a chance to see her room there?
No.
Are you sure there weren't any boys there?
Yes.
If there are, Julius, I entrust you to get them out of the picture, as Leslie slams her hand down on the counter. And Hunk, no boys for her. Nah, nothing.
Yeah, sure. Definitely.
As Saris laughs and Pequod, no wonder why she's still a virgin. And she tries to say it under her breath. And Hunk, and it's gonna stay that way. And he points at Pequod.
Again, sure, huh?
No one's good enough for her. And you, Lieutenant, you need to help me with this too. That's an order from a captain. And Pequod, yeah, I guess I have to agree to it now. And she salutes him. And Leslie just shakes her head and rolls her eye. Ash, you have finished your USP. Blaze takes it from you and puts it on the wall. Well, time to rejoin the others, yes?
It is, and thank you. This helped calm down quite a bit. Whew. So that must, like I told them when we were first walking in, that must be how Hunk felt with teenage Icy.
Blaze laughs. Oh, yes. The young Nicole was quite the handful when she first came in here. She's grown into a nice young lady. Very responsible as you're walking up. Pequod comes around to Julius and whispers in Julius's ear as Leslie goes to do dishes and Saris goes to help. Party. Ask her about the party, Julie.
Huh. So, hey, Mom.
She turns over, looks over her shoulder. Yeah.
I was sort of thinking the promotion entails some kind of celebration, don't you think?
Leslie looks down at some of the booze you brought last week and looks up at you. Yes, I'd say so, yeah.
Can we have it here?
No.
Oh, come on, Mom. I'm sure this is a much better place for people to be drinking. I mean, what if Icy showed up? You wouldn't want her drinking where there are boys, right?
Leslie looks over at you. I think she needs a boyfriend. What are you talking about, as Hunk? What do you mean? And comes over here.
As he says that, Ash looks at her and just gets the dumbest, devious smile.
Hunk looks around. I think it's better that they drink here than... I mean, if you wouldn't have the party here, where were you planning to have it? And Pequod, well, we can't have it at Raven Rock. I guess we'd have to go to some... Well, there is that dingy dive bar. The one where all the recruit headhunters go. And Leslie kind of grimaces as she says that. And Pequod elbows Juliet. We've got her where we want her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just imagine. You go to some dingy nightclub or dive bar and then, oof, Icy's pregnant the next day.
I mean, yeah, recruits fresh out of boot camp. It has to have been so long since they've seen a girl.
Hunk grabs his shoulder. Ah! Looks at Leslie. They'll have the party here. And Leslie, fine, but not tonight.
You got it. Thank you, Mom.
Saris looks over at Leslie. When can we have it? And Leslie, I don't know. I'm sure you want to invite other people. Icy doesn't drink. So, I don't think she'd want to come. And Hunk, oh, she'll come just so I can. He points at his eyes. Keep an eye on her. Have it someday. I don't know. Get with your friend Sasha. I haven't seen her in a while, and I'd like to see her. Pequod perks up at the mention of her name. I did kind of hang up on her rudely today.
You did. You probably should smooth that over.
Pequod, duly noted. I will. And she kind of on her new lieutenant bars and polishes them with her finger.
Congratulations. That is a big honor. I mean, that didn't catch his name, but the British asshole. He said something. How many people do you think are on an Arcane Council Strikes team? Even more so, how many pilots do you think there are? Ever?
And Hunk walks over. You're gonna be the XO? And Pequod, yeah! And Hunk, well, you're the first one ever. At least a pilot that's an XO. Usually the pilots are civilian. Usually the crew are civilian contractors. The only military members are the combatants. So you're the first one in history! Congratulations! And Pequod looks shocked again. As Saris comes and sits up next to her, Blaze goes over here, pulls out the special vampire alcoholic beverage and gestures it towards you, Ash, showing he still has it hidden, and hides it again.
Nods as if to say thank you. Oh, look at that. History making from you. You're already starting to become just as good as your dad.
Pequod smiles. Thank you.
I'm sure by the time we're done, Patricia Rica will be just as legendary of a name.
Leslie's wrist computer goes off. She looks down at it. Oh, the sensors just got tripped. Looks like the Spartans are here. And Hunger. Oh, it's time. I wish I could just go back to bed. And Leslie, we have some Spartans we have to train. She points at her wrist computer. This is how I knew you guys always used to show up. Your vertibird would trip the air sensors and I'd come to the valve. And Pequod, no wonder! I thought you were just a creepy lady. And Leslie, pfft.
I just assumed you could sense him.
Leslie looks at you, you'd be correct. And Blaze, well then, let's go train. And Hunk, yeah, sure, why not? And Leslie, go back to Raven Rock and points at the door.
Alright. Good to see you again, Mom.
Pequod gives a kiss to Rocco goodbye as you guys leave and return back to Julia Rock. Rocco doesn't get to come. But you come back to Raven Rock, and if you want to show Commander Integra Pequod's new promotion, go. If not,
Yeah, let's show you off, eh? Come on.
Pequod fixes her flight suit and walks in.
Good to see you, Commander.
She turns around. Hello, boys! Where did you guys run off to? Out for breakfast?
Well, Pequod can explain that, right?
Pequod looks over at you. The private will explain it as she points to her bars. Isn't that right, Private Valoria? That's a direct order coming from your lieutenant. Now explain.
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, as she walks over.
Yes.
Since when?
Since about, what, 45 minutes ago? The lieutenant drug us along, unannounced, to Sword Base.
Commander Integra's cigarette falls out of her mouth.
By the grace of Icy, we were spared court-martial and possible execution. She then marched us into the Arcane Council chambers, where she attempted to plead her case for the four of us being on Icy's strike squad instead of Squad Sigma. Didn't go over well, mostly because not a fan. Most of the Arcane Council seem nice. The one who doesn't. But we were then informed that Icy had put in a requisition for Pequod to be her pilot, and then put in a few thousand more for her to be her XO.
Commander Integra inspects the rank. It is befitting. She kind of fixes it because Pequod had it a little crooked. It is befitting of your legacy, your family's legacy. Congratulations, Patricia. And she smiles and salutes Commander Integra. And Saris, I'm a werewolf apparently. And Commander Integra looks at her, confused.
She got to meet Master Yen, ma'am.
Oh! Yes. Well, she's met him before when you guys went out, if I recall, but I believe from what I heard, he was more interested, or his attention was elsewhere. As Pequod grin.
That it was. He took a liking to his favorite werewolf and Santa Claus while they were talking.
Commander Integra begins to laugh.
Werewolf, vampire, doesn't matter to me. She's the most beautiful of either of them.
Commander Integra looks at Julius. At least he remembered Julius, yes?
You called me Carrot Top.
Commander Integra starts cackling as Pequod begins cackling.
I think... Did he remember you one of the 5 times he asked your name?
No, he remembered me shirtless, though.
That's right. Luckily, he didn't remember the other part.
Yeah, let's stop talking then.
Pequod chuckles and Commander Integra. Well, no more trips to sword baits unannounced, yes? As Pequod nods her head.
Yes.
Very good, Lieutenant. You're free to go. I have nothing for you to do. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, boy.
Now, you can do what you want around the base, but a couple days are going to pass. The lieutenant is cleaning her new lieutenant bars in the barrack.
Just do normal stuff around the base until that point, I guess.
So you guys are all in the barracks together. we'll say like 3 days have passed. Pequod's cleaning her LT bars still with a big grin on her face.
You look happier to have those than when I proposed to you.
Pequod looks at you and, well, no, this ring means more, trust me. But at the same time, now I get to tell Ash what to do. And she looks at Ash and she says, "Don't do anything stupid," imitating Ash.
You can tell me what to do if you want. I'm still gonna tell you not to do anything stupid.
And Pequod, "Well, Ash," polishes the bars again. "I don't have to listen anymore. And Ceres, it's not like you listened in the past."
That's true. And you don't have to, but you probably should.
Pequod should listen to you, Mr. God of this Bible.
I've never been wrong about you when I tell you not to do something stupid.
Pequod glares at you and looks back at Ceres, and Ceres just kind of shakes her head.
I'm sorry. It's such a terrible thing not to want somebody I really care about getting hurt.
And Pequod, "Well, I don't want you getting hurt either, Ash. We wouldn't have anyone to laugh at, Santa Claus."
Appreciate that. Love you too.
She looks back at Julius. Carrot Top.
Yeah, I deserve one for all the shit I've given Ash.
Pequod, "I'm gonna go get something to eat from the pantry. I'll be right back." As Ceres watches her leave and looks at Julius. "Julius, don't take this the wrong way." She sits in between you and Ash. "But she's General Rico's daughter, yeah?"
Yeah.
"That ring," and Ceres, "it's very nice and it's the thought that counts. But I think in the future you should try to get something a little more becoming of the daughter of the most powerful man in the universe." And she smiles at you. "Don't take it the wrong way."
He looks up from his book. Well, I was already planning on doing that, but with a headhunter's salary, that isn't very, the odds are very low of that happening, so I was waiting until I, was a part of an Arcane Council strike squad and getting paid much more to get a better ring.
Ceres puts her finger in the air. "Good idea. You need to get something, but you never know when you're gonna meet him, Julian.
That's true.
I'm sure Lazuli would back you if you needed the help. Or Hunk at this point, since he's your dad now." She scratches her head in confusion.
Hunk maybe, but Julius has already basically sold his life to Lazuli.
And Ceres or Pequod.
Pequod makes more sense.
I think you more or less sold your life to Pequod.
Yeah. What do you have left to offer? You've already said you're gonna stay in the military as long as Pequod does.
Julius taps the book for a second, looks up in the air thinking, well, I could offer her to put runes all over my body. Oh wait, that can't happen. A hex on my blood? No, wait. Let's see. And he's about to say, I'll eat Ceres' cooking for an entire year, and then he looks up and sees Ceres. I got nothing.
I'm sure Blaze could use an assistant.
Maybe, yeah. I could probably help Blaze out a lot.
Sarah shrugs. "Wouldn't be a bad gig getting to live at that bunker." She looks around the base.
That's damn right. Raven Rock's nice, it's home, but gods, is that place so much more comfortable.
Right as you say that, so a couple days have passed since you've shown off her bars to Commander Integra. Right as you say that, the lighting of the base goes red, and you hear the sound of an alarm. And over the radio, you hear, "This is a Priority 1 transmission."
Oh, what the fuck?
The door busts open, Rob comes in. "You guys okay?"
Yeah, we're fine. What's going on?
"I have no idea. This base has never got a Priority 1 transmission." And Saris, what does that even mean? And Rob, General Rico's calling.
Alright, I'll go see what's going on. And he's gonna start making his way up to the commander's office.
Rob steps out of your way, nods his head respectfully to Saris. Pequod falls out of the pantry as you walk by with a bunch of MRE. What the hell?
Sounds like your dad is calling. Come on.
Dad? As Pequod stands up.
Yeah, come on, Lieutenant.
Saris walks by, helps her up, brushes her off. Yes, come on, Lieutenant, and goes into the office. And Pequod, Julius!
What? What'd you
What?
say?
Get up here!
Oh, God. Okay.
Rob stands here. Well, I guess it's time to break the news to shut up, Rob! Roker. And he walks away. She grabs your hand and walks into the office, puts you up. You're standing right here. Commander Integra's looking around the base confused. This installation's never received a Priority 1 transmission. Must be bad.
Yeah. That's about par for the course for us at this point.
Very bad. Well, Julius, it appears you're going to get to meet your future father-in-law today. Should we lead with that, Julius?
Oh, if you want, ma'am, go right ahead. That'll surely just bump his day up.
The door opens to the office. Leslie presents herself. Blaze comes in next to her. And Leslie, well, the gang's all here, yes? And Commander Integra, what are you doing here? As none other than General Rico pops up on the screen. And it's a big screen, but it looks like he's looking right at you, Julius.
Julius is, like, silently screaming, about as quiet so only Saris could hear.
Saris puts her hand on your back and rubs it slightly. As Commander Integra salutes, Leslie salutes, Blaze, even though he's not part of the military anymore, salutes. Do you return the salute, or do you present the salute?
Yes.
Pequod salutes and elbows Julius to salute.
Julius looks down at Pequod, rolls his eyes, and salutes.
General Rico looks over the room. Commander Integra, I'm sorry to barge in. As Leslie stands up, dropping her salute, Blaze stands next to Ash and puts his hand on your shoulder. This is the big one, Ash.
That it is.
I'm sorry I didn't have time to prepare your pistols. I got caught up dealing with Agent Hunk.
So, normal day-to-day life in the bunker.
Indeed. General Rico, this is an emergency. Commander Integra, the headhunters are at your service, sir, whatever you need. General Rico looks at Pequod. You can tell he's looking right at her. And he looks at Julius. Pulls up a little map. He can control Commander Integra's, like, strategic table from where he is. See the globe come up. There's a small town near the outskirts of Colorado. Are any of you here, with the exception of the Major, the younger ones of the group? He looks at Pequod, familiar with Archfiend. Feel free to speak.
Vaguely, sir. What little I've read from the old documents. They attacked Earth. They're not quite devils, but similar. They, feed on life energy. That's about what I know, sir. Other than the war that happened that you fought in, sir.
Well said, young man. There's a small town on the outskirts of Colorado. It's called Willamette. The Archfiends, apparently, a small holdout of them, have surfaced in this town. Leading them is the commander cast of the Archfiends from years ago. The Major, he gestures, pointing at Leslie, came very close to defeating him years ago. Apparently they've been deep underground, deeper than our scans can reach. They've assaulted the city in force. Most of the civilians have gotten out. Casualty rating of 20% among civilians and troopers alike. Rangers are deployed at moment's notice. They're currently in the city fighting. We have a small battalion of Rangers and troopers and civilians trapped deep within the city. The Major requests The three of you, and he doesn't say which three, join her and Blaze on a rescue mission. The Major's going to be taking care of the commander. The three of you are going in to rescue the entrenched troopers and civilians they're protecting.
Understood, sir. Permission to ask a question?
Feel free.
What three of us would that be, sir?
Well, the Major has picked. It's not my choice, believe it or not. The Major requests Sherion Valorius, that would be you. He's looking at the bios.
Yes, sir.
Julius Rainfall, that would be you. And my daughter. And as he says, my daughter. 1 sec. The vertebrate is somewhere else. We'll see. As he says, my daughter, you can see from outside the window a fighter craft land on autopilot. It lands, thruster, it's very loud. It shakes the base. And my daughter to join you for aerial support. And he looks down at Pequod. It's time to earn those bars, Patricia. And Pequod's standing straight at attention and nod.
Understood, sir. We won't let you down, sir.
I know you won't. Lasley speaks very highly of you. She says you're the best student she ever had. So I trust you can get our troopers, your comrades, out of there in one piece with Blaze and the Major's support.
We'll do our damnedest, sir.
Dismissed and good luck. Come back in one piece. And before he goes to cut the transmission, earn your stripes. And he cuts off. And Commander Integra, Archfiend.
Archfiends.
Saris looks at Major Lasley. Why can't I come? And Lasley turns around. Vampires don't match up well against Archfiends. And I don't need Ash distracted if you get hurt. And she kind of pouts and walks away.
I can handle it if she gets hurt, ma'am.
Major Lasley turns to you and Ash, shut up. Gear up and get ready for combat. And she walks out of the room.
Understood.
Blaze nods at you and walks away. You get your gear on, Pequod's right outside, waiting, and Lasley's looking at the jet with Blaze.
Ma'am, to the commander, ma'am, I assume she's got history with this specific fiend.
Commander Integra looks confused and shocked. Yes, Ash. I think this is quite personal. And to be honest, Ash, I don't want Saris going up against... I don't want none of you going up against Archfiends, but vampires do not match up well against Archfiends. It's for the best. Forget about the distraction thing.
I understand that. Rather she'd be safe. Hopefully, all goes well. I mean, it can't go that badly. We have two of the greatest warriors Earthgov's ever had by our side.
She looks out the window. And a jet. A Nightingale fighter jet.
It's a beautiful piece of engineering.
If you're geared up and ready to go, report to the Major. This is the big one, boys. Ash, if you don't come back alive, I'll have you resurrected and kill you myself. And she points at you.
Understood, ma'am. Wouldn't dream of dying today. I've got a big day coming up, of course.
Then good luck and dismissed. She salutes as outside Pequod is climbing the ladder into the fighter.
Salutes back. Ma'am. Looks his way out.
Pequod gets in the jet. Lasley looks up at her. You'll be flying strafing runs. We have a way to mark targets. I want you to stay 600 feet above the city. Pequod starts flicking buttons in the cockpit. The jet turns on. The cockpit is similar to a vertebrate. Sort of similar. The weapon system is completely different. And Pequod doesn't say anything. And Lasley, I know you're up to this. As Pequod looks at her and smiles. I am. And the cockpit closes and the jet starts to hover up. And, Lasley ships over here as well. It just looks dumb because it's fucking halfway sitting off the thing. But I want this thing to be front and center, and it flies up, and as it's lifting up, she blows a kiss to you, Julie.
He's gonna wink at her, and even though she probably can't hear, he's gonna yell out, "Earn your bars, LT."
She gives you a thumbs up. Maybe she heard it. Maybe she didn't, but she gives you a thumbs up. You board Lazuli ship. Wrong map. That's fun. There you are. There you are. Blaze is piloting this time. Leslie is wrapping her hands in, the fighter's hand wraps, but they glow. And she says, Julius, come over.
Sure.
She takes your hand and starts wrapping your fist. This hand wrapping is blessed. It'll add, this is me telling you, it'll add 2d10 radiant damage to your strike. She wraps it, it's blessed. It'll hurt the Archfiends even more. That being said, it won't last forever. Use your fists, no scythe, and no karambit knife.
Yes, ma'am.
Ash, necroplasm blood. She looks back at you, Julius. Watch out for necroplasm attack. It's gonna eat through your armor, Ash.
Understood, ma'am.
Archfiends are notoriously difficult to kill, Ash.
Understood.
Simple op as she starts wrapping Julius's other hand. Simple operation. The ship's on autopilot. Blaze pulls up the cityscape. The troopers are trapped, and Blaze points as she's speaking somewhere here in the middle of the city in a parking garage. Most of the civilians have been evacuated. Kill every single Archfiend you come across. No mercy. These are not enemies to give mercy to. Show them no quarter, because they won't show you any.
Understood, ma'am. You know better about killing them than anyone else. Any tips, weaknesses to exploit, anything?
Go for the head. As she tightens the wrap on Julius's fist, go for the head. We don't know the strength of their forces. We don't know if there's any dreadnoughts. Apparently they have artillery set up. She looks over at you, Ash. I can take care of the vast majority of them, but I need to focus my efforts on their commander. And most of all, she looks back at Julius. They've been hiding underground for a long time, which means they're hungry. And that means they're desperate. And that's even more dangerous than the Archfiends we faced in Blaze 300 years ago.
Damn. I always forget it was that long ago.
Blaze looks up at you, Ash. That being said, looks over at Julius. I have the utmost faith and confidence we can succeed. General Rico did say you are Major Lasley's best student. And Lasley, yes, I told him that because it's true. Don't get cocky. He looks at Julius.
I don't think that's true. I mean, Hunk could kill both of us in a split second.
Lasley taps you on the face, taps you on the cheek, and you're my best students. Both of you. And you'll come through this in one piece. As Blaze pulls out, Ash, you're going to have to put this 5 green flares and a small flare gun. And he hands it to you, Ash. You'll have to fire these flares at where you want Patricia to do her strafing run.
Understood.
It will take an action to fire the flare gun. You can just put it down as a D4 damage. She's going to need these flares to know where to shoot. Otherwise, her objective is to take out as many of the artillery emplacements around the city as possible. Use them, and he hands them to you wisely.
Understood, sir.
Lasley does one more check over on Julius, looks over at Ash and Julius. You come out of this in one piece. If you die, I'll kill you myself.
Makes sense.
It's always the plan.
She looks at Julius right in the eyes. This is what you've been training for how many years? Looks over at Ash.
We've got this.
You do have this. Anybody else cracks her neck? It's a very loud crack. Probably wouldn't. As you're coming close to your target city, the computer goes off. Leslie walks over to you, Ash, and gives you a hug. You hear her mumble, "I can't believe I'm doing this."
Gonna hug her back. I know, ma'am. Neither can I.
She walks up to Juliet, goes to say something, and stops and just gives him a hug. Takes off her tracksuit, so she's just got the sports bra on, and walks out to the airlock, and jumps out as Blaze opens the airlock. And she's flying. And Blaze, "Well then, I guess it's just the three of us, yes? Boys' night!"
Boys' night indeed, Blaze. Oh boy.
He sets down about a mile outside the city. "We have to go on foot," he tells you. And you make your way to the outskirts of the city. You're with Blaze. You see a dead EarthGov trooper on top of, he's just strewn over, on top, blood everywhere. You see this one beheaded and this one cut in half. And it looks like something's been drinking from the eviscerated pieces of.
Sorry, didn't mean to roll that. Sorry.
Okay. And you don't see anything in terms of movement. You see Blaze. He affixes something to his wrists, looks like little tubes, and walks up behind this, we'll just say it's a bus, and he's looking around.
Walks up with him quietly. Any orders, sir?
He scans the area. Not quite yet. I'm confused that there's no Archfiends guarding the perimeter of the city. That being said, Ash, do you have a grenade or something of this sort on you?
Checks himself. No, I do not at the moment, sir.
Hand me that Ripper.
Okay. Hands him the Ripper.
He takes it and chucks right out here. When he does that, you hear, "Rah, rah, rah." I'm going to put all the pictures. Actually, these two. You hear gurgling and grungling and, all these strange noises. And coming up from the wreckage around the city, you see this guy. You see another one come out of the building, looking around the area, trying to, hear what the sound was. There's one over here. There's one moving over at the direction here. And there's a large one with a great sword and a cape up here on the roof. And Blaze, that's more like it.
Alright. Who would you like me to go for, sir?
Blaze looks at them. "I don't think we'll have any time to stealth, young sire." As this one's sniffing the air, and this one draws his greatsword and he lets out a roar and points to the bus. And Blaze, "Archfiends, incredible sense of smell, remarkable nasal passages. Roll initiative."
I thought I saw the cookie.
Okay, 1 sec. Alright. he'll get a 50. Another -4 from 50. He'll get an 11. It's a 1 regardless, because if we -4 whatever, and the warrior's at a resounding 7.
Okay.
Not bad. Ash, you can go before Blade, since you both have a 14.
Okay. Pistols out, and, well...
No, the Archfiends go first.
Oh, sorry. Misunderstood
Yeah,
what
no.
you meant, sorry.
Nope, as this one comes barreling over here, and you see he has a sword, and like a strange, it almost looks like steampunky kind of, like a growth on his arm, right? And he's going to hit Ash for 15 points of damage from the growth on his arms. Necroplasm blade shot, so a blade comes out. And it goes right through your armor, into your chest. As Blaze looks at you, Ash, and looks up, it appears they've found us! And it seems like Blaze is almost enjoying this. It's been a long time for Blaze. The 15, he is going to circle this way and end his turn.
Okay.
Now you're up.
You got the one in front of us, right, Julius?
If you want me to.
Alright. He's going to pull the pistols out, target this guy, and fire 3 times.
Okay. So, a lot of the things you've shot, when you shoot them, they react like, kind of animals, monsters, stuff like that. When you shoot these things, they recoil like you or I would. But it looks like they almost enjoy it, as you see him grab with his hand some of his own blood and lick his finger, and then roars in the direction. He can't see you. You pop out, bang, 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 pop back in. But
Oh. Joy. And that's his turn.
Archfiend grunts are nothing to scoff at, son. Blaze is gonna look up at the one atop the bus, or I don't know exactly, whatever it is. And so the 2 devices he affixed to his wrist, he puts them up, and you see what looks like almost like smoke. But it's actually nitrogen, liquid nitrogen. He sprays it in this Archfiend's face, and he does have a con less than 20. So he gets frozen in place. He's not frozen solid, but he's like frost, like the Terminator in that one movie. And Blaze laughs after doing that, and I haven't had this much fun, and he backflips out and gestures for the Archfiends to come towards him in a long time. You're up, Julian.
Okay. The old robot can do something other than awesome things. Anyway. He lights up one of his fists, and then the one in front of us is just frozen solid. Like, it's basically out, right?
No, he's gonna break out of it in a turn or 2. He's not dead, no.
If we hit it, will it break him out earlier?
No.
Oh, okay. At least just run up and start hitting him.
Nice. Couple
And then-
solid hits.
And then, since I have the wrappings, 2 hit, all 3 hit.
Yes. Nice. So on the 18 radiant damage, you punch through his head, and your hand is covered in necroplasm goo and brain matter as he falls over dead, splattering necroplasm all over poor Ash's helmet.
Good job.
Coming up next, this one moves up here and grabs the remains of this trooper and starts feasting. As this one moves, well, I'll just take his turn. He moves up here. The warrior will go. So, just like the picture. Big guy, big cape, big sword. Very big sword. And foreshadowing for the future. Check something here. Coming through the butt are a pair of chains going for Julia. And they punch through the bus. So you take 8 damage and get pulled all the way across the field to him. At this time, you notice he has a large, glowing greatsword, and he's cackling in your face, concluding his turn, and the grunts made their turn. So back to the top of the order. The first grunt's dead. This one bounds around the bus to Ash. Presenting from around his, it like comes out of their skin, stabbing you in the stomach with a short blade. And he cackles, takes the blade out of you, and licks the blood off of the blade.
Right.
You're up, Ash.
All right. Right. Okay. I'm gonna swap to what would I bring here? The TMP. First shot. Nice. Second shot. Okay. Let me see. Just one sec. Anything else I can do? I'm going to back up to here, and that'll be my turn.
Alright. Blaze is gonna come over here. You can catch a sight of it. Blaze saw Julius get pulled, and you heard him yell, Julius! And as Julius is getting pulled across to the other Archfiend, he's watching Julius get pulled. And Blaze ignites 2 more. He has, these things affixed to his wrists, and it's a Vulcan flamethrower. He just flames this thing, and he holds the flame on him until it and melts away, and starts making his way towards Julia, concluding his turn.
Alright. Light us first. And then 2 attacks for now.
Okay. Wherever you put the 26, you see him grab it for a second. And he roars right in your face. His mouth opens like very elongated, very weird and strange and disjointed. And he brandishes his large sword and brings it down overhead, hitting you for 13 points of damage, and we'll say it knocks you off the roof. And he stands over you, concluding his turn. This grunt is going to ignore Blaze and beeline right for Ash. Archfiends are opportunistic predators by nature. And that will conclude the order back to the top. Ash getting surrounded. So Ash, from this thing's eyes, you see it glows green.
Okay.
And you duck out of the way as a necroplasm eye beam burst hits the side, like goes over your head and hits the side of whatever kind of building. That is concluding his turn. And you hear Blaze yell and over the radio, "Don't forget the flares, sire!"
Yeah, not yet. Pull out the rifle, or the TMP. First shot at him. is it? And I will spend a grit on that for winging shot. It's a strength save. He makes it. Oof. Alright. Second shot into that guy. Okay. And then... Oh, these are probably going to get attacks of opportunity, now that I think about it. Well, not much I can do but spend my bonus action to second wind.
Well, you don't know if they'll get an attack of opportunity. Run away and see.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Alright.
Should have ran. Okay, 11 back. Good enough.
Alright.
So Blaze is going to look back at you, Ash, and look at Julius. Look back at you and look at Julius, and you can tell he's undecided as to what to do.
Save Ash.
Roger that, young sire. And he runs back, dropping next to Ash. Mind if I drop in, Ash?
Go right ahead.
Blaze is going to stick his fist in this one's mouth, and it and ignite. It would only do half the damage because it's only one hand, but it's more than enough to send this thing ablaze. No pun intended, as it falls next to you. Blaze then grabs you and throws you behind him. I'll be your shield, sire, as he stands in front of this bloody-to-death Archfiend. Julius, you're up.
Julius sets his jaw back in place. That's a neat trick with the chains. Is he in range for melee attacks?
You can go back on the roof. He's standing over you laughing, because he's an evil demon kind of.
Yeah, why not? He'll go back up on the roof. Oof.
Okay, so who messaged me? Oh, okay. Whew, I thought that was Tessa. I got scared. Okay, so you hear the sound as you the third attack, or excuse me, all attacks miss. You hear the sound of what sounds like a jet roar overhead, and as you look up and you don't see Pequod anywhere. Because you're like, God damn it, she's supposed to wait for the flares, but you don't see Pequod anywhere. You catch a glimpse of what looks like Lazuli fighting this huge thing. He's got a big cape. You see him shooting out hellfire chains like Julius got hit by, but the sky is like darkened by them, imagine. So imagine if you bub. Who are here, and they're going at it, fighting in the sky, and the sky gets darkened. And Lazuli, you think back years ago, when you trained with her that one time up in the sky. She's glowing, and there's a shockwave that emits from her, whether she's doing it for your benefit or it's just some natural, thing from her fighting stuff. The shockwave hits, and it will do 4 points of damage to all of you, including Blaze, and the other Archfiend, the warrior. But read what it does. And read close.
Oh boy.
You hear her let out a roar, and you can tell she has this thing on the back foot as he flies away, and she flies towards him. He also has a large greatsword, like way bigger than the one you're in front of, Julie. So the Kai bleed is in effect. You see Blaze chuckle and look down at you, Ash, and then back at the Archfiend up here, who staggers towards Blaze. and he tries to shoot a blade at Blaze's chassis, and it ting right off Blaze's chassis. And Blaze steps out of the way. Time for a little payback, young sire, as the bloodied Archfiend is clawing towards you.
I'd say so. Swaps to the pistols. First shot, normal. Okay.
Falls to one knee in front of you.
Second shot, you know what? I'll hold off on the grid, even though I probably shouldn't. Second shot, normal.
The side of the bus is painted necroplasm green as he falls over dead.
Alright. Turn to the guy fighting Julius, and let me see. Gotta move a bit forward. Gonna move to here so that I'm close enough. Third shot, I will spend a grit for advantage. Oof. That's rough. Alright.
He stealthed out. What the fuck?
Oh.
I don't know why he disappeared, but okay. Here, he's right here.
Okay. That missed. That'll end my turn.
I didn't take his turn. I'll take it now. He's at a 7. I'll just use AFG2. So he takes the sword, but he hits you with like the side of it, the blunt side of it, and he presses it up against you, Julius. It only does 2 points of damage, but it rends your armor. So your armor is like kind of like the xenomorphs in a sense. But like she said, their powers, their blood, necroplasm goes right through armor. So it takes 1 point of armor off you. That'll be his turn that I skipped. And Ash went, so Blaze will go. As Blaze comes running over, and that's about as far as he can go. He's a melee fighter, so he needs to be in melee range. So you're up.
Julius will limit and then 2 attacks.
How would you like to kill him?
He just puts the sword up against me. Julius looks up at him. You think you're scary. And punches him, and head blows up.
Nice. Blaze gestures over to Ash. Are you okay, son?
I'm doing fine. Oh boy.
These beasts are nothing to be trifled with, as he puts out his hands to catch Julius, gesturing to jump down. Julius doesn't really need him, I guess. But
Julius glides down into his arms.
well, it seems the Major is quite busy. Let us continue, yeah?
Aye, at least she's having a good time.
You continue down this way. Blaze is leading you, but you have the data on your wrist computer as well as to where to go. You're right down there. And up here, you see this gigantic artillery piece, and they're aiming it in your general direction. And you see movement all over the place here. Here. We will reset the initiative order. And they're moving that artillery cannon towards you, which means there's no stealth. So roll initiative.
Oh, bad luck on that today.
Damn, the grunts fucking do good.
That they do.
I mean, what I do with them, just to be like kind of different, is I rolled like the 1d10. And so like each one of them after the main roll is -4, so the next one's 16.
Okay.
And lucky number 3. Well, that's it. Okay. Well, it's this one back here who I originally rolled. He moves behind the artillery piece, and you see it start to glow.
Oh, shit.
The grunt number 2, which would be this one, moves here, going behind cover, indicating they're not stupid. You know, like they're. And now it's your turn, Julius. They have you right where they want you. Or so they think. You're up, Julius.
Interesting. Use a fly look right over to this one. For now, to attack.
Striking him hard in the side of the head, knocking him a square back. He grabs his head and roars.
Also that damage.
He is the third and final grunt. He lifts his head up from the roar, the radiant damage burning into his face. Eyes light up, hitting you with necroplasm eye beams for 12 damage. Right in the chest. Blaze, I gotta roll Blaze to see where he doesn't really matter, because he kicks ass no matter where he goes. Oof, I was hoping he got a better roll, but... Oh no! Alright. This one, like, they're not gonna move. This guy's not gonna move. He does the eye beam, so Ash, you're up.
Alright, questions? I didn't ask this at the outset. What is the range on the flare gun?
Flares, generally speaking, I mean, they go a long way, especially if there's wind. So I have it as unlimited.
Okay.
It's just where the map is, basically.
Okay.
So everything you see on the map, it can read.
Alright. Then he's going to move to here against the building, pull the flare gun out, aim at the big-ass artillery piece, and take a shot. We'll spend a grit for advantage on this.
You can aim it near it too. You don't have to aim at it. Remember.
Okay. I'll aim right near it then. Let me remake the macro real quick because it's not working.
Well, like what I mean is, like, if you wanted to try to like aim for the 14 back here, you could, or the 18s. You know, you don't have to be perfect with a strobe flare.
Yeah, and then I'll aim near the at the 14. So attack. Let's see if it works now.
You've noticed as you progressed here, you've seen Pequod flying over the city as well.
Nice. That was a free grit too, because I get that back.
Pequod, you hear over the radio. Pequod says, "Target acquired, rolling in." I'll see what she does. She has quite a lot of weapons on this. What did it roll?
2.
So she roars in, and just like a warthog in today's world, you see the cannon explode, and a green mist behind it explode, and then you hear the Gatling shots go off as she flies overhead. She's flying nice and low, and she disappears off screen.
Good fucking show over his radio, and then oh, that's his turn.
You hear her go, "Woohoo!" And now it'll be the warriors who see their artillery disappear, looked shocked, put their head down, well, this one anyway, and he starts barreling along towards Julius with great sword drawn. Blaze. Blaze is going to run up here, trying to get to Julius, concluding his turn. And the other warrior is going to do the same. He's going to just barrel along towards Julius. Going back to the top of the turn order, and as Julius, as you catch a sight of Pequod, she's like gliding down the riverside, and she nose climbs up into the air. She's quite talented.
Julius is going to take one step forward.
Punch him off the bridge with the 17. Oh god. He goes, so you punch him in the face. You see your hand goes through his, you concave his face in as he goes flying off into the water, dead. And you can have the 15 back because the 17 killed him. So you can pretend the 15 never happened.
He's going to go over to him. Spend the key point to take 2 attacks against him.
Nice, 18 hits. Lets out a roar in your face as he throws his cape out to the side. There's only one grunt remaining, and he is number 2. He's gonna run out here. He's gonna fire a small jagged blade into Julius's side for 13 points of damage.
Hey, let's
For it. -4 will miss. So he misses. Blade falls next to your feet. Asher.
Alright. Move up to here. Right behind the 14. Pull out the TMP and take first shot. Nice. Second shot. Yeah, hold off. Nice. Sec. I think that's all for now.
Before the warriors go, coming up, crashing, and imagine this is a futuristic bridge. So it's high in the air, many layers to it. A lot of lanes underneath it. You're on the top level. Crashing through, like coming up through the bottom, is the one Lasley's been fighting the whole time. And he comes crashing up, goes up in the air, and he can't control his descent, and he lands right here. These ones look shocked, as the grunt almost, it seems like he doesn't know whether to bow or help him or look shocked since he's a grunt and he's a subservient of their caste. And Mom, I guess, Mom comes through glowing. She's leaving trails of the space-time distortion behind. Blaze is gonna come up and time to... He's trying to grab Julius away from this Archfiend. He's looking at her. This one moves back and he flexes his muscles. He gets up, flexes his muscles to his side, his arms, and roars as these ones present themselves in front of Lasley at his command. And you see, just like when she busted the rocks all those years ago, her eyes glow and they explode. And Julius, you had your mouth open, and a little bit of the blood kind of gets into your mouth. And she spears him off the bridge and they continue fighting. And Blaze watches them and, well, quite the show!
That it is. Remind me not to make her mad. As he walks up to Julius, he's gonna pull out, Ash is gonna pull out his healing dart and jab it into Julius.
Good call.
Find it.
Lasley lets off a roar, and she's leaving behind the space-time distortion streaks as she's punching and kicking, and Blaze points at the one she's left behind. Let us go around those as he moves around.
Yeah, good idea. Remind me not to piss off Mom anytime soon.
I would say that's best for all of us. Julius, are you feeling well?
Julius is just gonna wipe the blood off of his tongue. Yeah, fine.
A little blood in your mouth. Blaze looks ahead. The town center is ahead. We don't have too far to go after that. Looks like, and he's looking at his wrist computer, the area looks clear, but with Archfiends, that usually means there's a trap. Be ready as he moves ahead at a brisk pace.
Alright. Reload everything as he's going up.
And you find yourself in the city center. Right here. Blaze looks around and then the ground starts to rumble. And Blaze, Archfiends. Blaze moves up. So very predict, and as he says predict, crashing through the earth is a dreadnought, and he is huge. He is humongous. And he lets out a roar. Roll initiative. He's here to stop you.
Alright. Okay.
What?
Nothing, just good luck on the initiative roll this time.
Nice. What are you laughing at?
We're good, General.
Do you see the server name?
Huh?
The Discord server?
Yeah, I saw who it is. Oh, that scared me for a sec. Oh, that scared me for a sec. Hey, Pac. That got me for a sec, damn it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. 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 Alright, you're up, Jewel. Before Julius goes, Blaze says, Ash, we are not far from our objective. Use the flare.
Good idea, Sam.
Ash has a higher initiative than me.
Oh, yeah, you do. I don't know why you're... that's strange. Oh, I know why. Okay, go ahead, Ash.
Move here. Pull out the flare gun, and with advantage, I'm gonna try and aim. I'm gonna aim at him, I think. Alright.
What's the roll?
25. And the, yep.
Okay. She's at 16. Julius, take... You know what? I'm going to let her go first. Because she has... danger close stuff. And that's exactly what you hear Pequod say. You hear her come over the radio. And she says, danger close. And... the ship hovers about, 100 feet in the air. And you see a volley of small rockets come out from the bottom and trace and track into this thing. He puts up his claw, boom, 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 staggers him back here, and that will end Pequod's turn. You're up, Joel.
This is going to right about, let's actually go about there, and Shark Whistle, a Soul Plastique.
Alright. Let's make the roll. Anything but a 1. Good enough.
Blows up on him, staggering him back into the building, his big feet breaking into the building, almost falling back on his butt. Let's see Blaze here. Blaze looks over at Julius, looks up at Pequot. She is quite the woman, young sire, as he starts moving this away.
You better get her an even nicer ring now.
You need to shut the hell up.
Right as Julius says that, Dreadnought collecting himself, he lets out a roar. Oh, that's worst case scenario.
Oh.
Good thing you got Pequot. You hear the sound of hoof, like horses, hoof prints. And coming one from this direction, on horse. One from this direction, on horse. One pulling up the rear. They are Archfiend Cavalry. So 3 of them coming from each direction. They're Archfiend Cavalry units. That will conclude the Dreadnought's turn. That's all he can do by summoning. And we're back to the top of the order. And you hear Pequod come over the radio. You have me. Just shoot the flare.
Okay. Alright. Let me see. Can I aim it right there in between the two?
Yeah, sure. I mean, she rolls what weapon she uses. So if it's the Gatling gun, she's only gonna hit one. If
Okay.
it's like a missile salvo, then yeah.
Okay.
You can go for it. You have to pick an AC to aim for.
I'll aim for the 21. That's the best I can go for. Advantage because of grit. Nice. 29.
Danger close, sweetheart! As you see, a small series of rockets flies over them. This guy looks up, and they explode. And if you see microburst air rocket, I think in the Iron Man movie they have in the first one, where it goes up and then there's like 1,000 little explosions, hits above them. If I split it halfway, it's gonna take out this one. Blaze kind of falls back from the shockwave of the explosion, but the Dreadnought's still standing.
Yeah, I thought so. Alright, I'm gonna
Pod's gonna reposition over here.
move there. I'm gonna hold off. Alright, that's my turn.
Pequot took hers, so you lead it.
For something risky. Scream out alley-oop.
Oh god, get him! Get him!
Go for it, Julie!
As the horse goes
Alright.
up!
Where's my
The
LU
fucking
dice?
demonic horse!
Swap my pistols out and go for it.
Someone call PETA. Julius is killing animals, and
Oh, animal cruelty, I dare say.
now. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that. My turn.
Okay. Now, the way I had these cavalry units, they are the most dangerous of everyone he could summon. They're not going to roll initiative until their next turn. Because if they could have just rolled as soon as they showed up, trust me, it's bad. So he's off the board till the... I'll roll his initiative when we get to the top of the next order. Ash's turn. Blade, I'll walk over here. Put his wrists up and start showering this thing with napalm. The Archfiend has to put his arm up to block it as he's putting another one up, trying to protect from strikes against Pequod. Dreadnought is going to rear back with his arms up, protecting himself. Hold on to your butts. He opens his mouth and, foreshadowing the events of Julius, sprays necroplasm all over you two.
We're both down.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Lucky for you. If you know what the Nightingale name in Pequod ship it's based off of. There's a ship in actually Halo Wars 2, and it's called the Nightingale, and it's like an armored fighter ship, but it's also a healing ship. Unfortunately, it's gonna have to wait as poor Blaze, flaming. This guy's gonna move up here, take his turn. I'll do both turns at once. So Pequod's gonna be out of action in terms of using her offensive ability. Because you're gonna see green light, and it would almost look like sparkles to you. But just like what it's based off of in Halo Wars 2, she reses you both you goon, for 13 points of healing. And the light envelops you, and you feel soothed, and you get up. You're back on your feet.
Okay.
I will roll the cavalry. The cavalry is going to impale Blaze, stopping his flame assault for 16 points of damage, charging in with his spear, leaving it in Blaze's chassis, just narrowly missing the compartment where the ring is. You see Blaze look down and, oh, thank God, as he looks up, holding his chest. Pequod does her turn. You guys can take your.
Well, seeing how bad things are there, let me look. Sec. Alright, let me look. Can't risk getting Blaze with that. So, check how that works. Yeah, I'm gonna target this dude and use the triple tap on him.
Okay.
So that's a con save, I believe. Yep, con save.
Jeez, they don't have good con. Yeah, they have bad con.
Nice.
These iterations have bad con. Higher level ones would have much better, being that they're an elite unit. But.
Julius?
I like to imagine since it's a Kai Blast, he just melts like in Dragon Ball. He fades away. There's nothing left. As Blaze looks up at you, excellent timing, gives you both a thumbs up.
Yeah. Oh god. Can I use my bonus action to reload the main hand pistol?
Yes,
And that'll be it for Ash.
Julius.
I don't think we ever covered this. Is Unending Rage an action or bonus action?
I would say a bonus action. Has to be like more beneficial.
All right. Unending Rage. I never made macro for it.
We never did cover it, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's supposed to be something you achieve through a great amount of training, so it shouldn't be that, that like, oh, I gotta spend an action and then wait or blah blah blah. Like, it's part of the character. There you go. There you go. You hear Pequod over the speaker whistle.
Yeah, when he does it, Ash, as you're walking away, you just hear Julius yell out, and the ground around him just cracks.
Oh boy.
I don't know if that's a good idea. Julius is just gonna do a light key blast.
I never got a picture of it because I didn't want to use that picture. I wanted it to be more of a jet. But that's the thing her thing is actually based off of, right? So it shouldn't. I just didn't want it to be another fucking vertibird. I wanted her to have a jet.
Yeah.
So I didn't use that picture, but that's what it's actually based off of. Okay. Julius hits 22 points of damage right through his chest. In the meanwhile, it goes through his chest. He has to lower his arms to grab the large gaping hole in his chest. You see Blaze reloading the fixtures on his wrist that hold the canisters of flame and liquid nitrogen. Falling from the sky, back foot, is this guy. He's dragging his sword in the ground, trying to lift it up. And flying through as the Archfiend's holding his chest, comes busting through him. And he explodes, so the Dreadnought goes bye-bye. Blowing up into a million pieces. Blaze covering himself. God, and he's sticky, covered in necroplasm. This thing on the back foot, dragging its sword. As Leslie flies through the Dreadnought. This thing lets out it's almost a moan more than a roar, and he's bleeding all over the place. He fires off some chains at her, and she whips them away. And spears him again off the map through some buildings. And Pequod, Jesus, over the speakers. And you see, if you look up, you can see the windshield wipers going on her cockpit because it's covered in necroplasm from the Dreadnought exploding.
You know, given how angry she makes her, I'm surprised Hunk is alive.
Blaze chuckles and looks up at Pequod. Ma'am! The troops are right ahead in trench. Here, would you be so kind as to do a strafing run and clear the grounds? They're currently under assault. And Pequod, roger that, and flies ahead. And disappears. Blaze looks at you both. Feeling better? Looks up at Julie.
Much.
Very good.
Julius will shoot his dart gun into Ash.
Yeah, better than none. Thank you.
You hear... Again, it's like the Warthog in real life. So the shots have gone off, but you hear the Gatling go off, and Blaze, well, let's go inspect our accuracy with that thing, yes? And he leads you this way. You find yourself her, only the Gatling has gone off. So she's done like a strafing. Since she's Rico's daughter, she's good. There's no better at flying and piloting. So the majority of the Archfiends were taken out by her one strafing run. And they're just the same Bullfrog Trooper Division that all those years ago, you'd recognize them. They're able to clean up these two Archfiends. And this one waves over to you guys. Backups arrive!
That it has. Makes his way up. Oh boy.
Holy shit! He takes off his helmet, revealing the. Oh, sorry, Julius. I didn't mean to hurt you. I meant to grab Blaze. Revealing his helmet. I remember you, kid, and it's the same tabaxi from all those years ago.
Well, Romeo, was it?
Looks like you're doing the saving this time, huh? And he punches your shoulder playfully.
Little bit, sir, little bit. Oh boy. Rough day, huh?
Very. Blaze presents a grenade and a teleportation scroll and pitches it up to this ranger who got it and runs ahead. And there's civilians up here, but I didn't get any tokens because I didn't feel like it. They're not that important. They're just going to get teleported out by the scroll. Romeo looks at you guys. Hell of a fight as he pulls out a med kit and sticks something in Ash's neck. It'll hurt for a minute, but he gives you a full heal.
Oh, thank you.
Pequod flies over again and he looks up in the air. I don't know who that pilot is, but we were about to bite the dust. As you see the craters left in the ground and necroplasm and head and body parts everywhere.
You might know her as Raptor Bait.
He looks at you, Raptor bit. I don't recall, buddy. Sorry.
The blonde girl you helped us save for that day.
Oh, yeah! I remember her. Nice! You guys are still together.
Yep, Patricia Rico.
Well, that explains a lot. As the troopers put their rifles in the air and cheer as Pequod flies over again, just showing off. And Blaze pulls out a flare and throws it on the ground. And you see a heavy vertibird come in to pick these guys up. Well, fist bumps to you, Ash. Guess I owe you one next time you're on Gateway.
I'll take you up on that.
He tips his helmet to you, Julius. Thank you guys and catch you later. Ignites his jetpack and the troopers are all leaving. They're getting on board and leaving. This is it.
Romeo.
They watch Pequod fly over again, who's just completely showing off, because that's who she is. As Blaze turns and looks up at the sky, she is very talented. I know I've said it, but those nightingales are not easy crafts to get a hold of, especially that quickly. It's almost scary.
She's better with a stick than I am with a gun. It's incredible.
Blaze pops the compartment open on his chest, pulls out the ring, right as rain, and puts it back in.
I'm happy it's alright, but he looks at where the hole in him is. You alright? Because that looks nasty.
He touches it with his head. I'll have this repaired in no time. Might take a few days, but it'll put your pistols on the back burner for a day or two.
Put them on the back burner indefinitely if it means you keeping you healthy and safe.
Blaze hears a loud roar, and let's go for a view, shall we? And he leads you up to the top of the parking. Up in the sky. I'm all the way out for me, because I gotta fucking find him, because there's so many damn things on this crappy map. You can see up in the sky. You gotta, as Hunt would say, theater of the mind it. I could not find a map, even with all the SWTOR maps that gave me the feels I wanted to go for. You can see up on the sky the gigantic Archfiend guy. He tries one more time. The sky is darkened by the amount of necroplasm chains he can fire at once. Because it's daytime. The sun is blotted out by as many as he can fire. Lasley is back on another skyscraper. And you see her push off with her feet. Ash, you can see through your mask. Julius Blaze hands you some binoculars if you can't see. She pushes off the skyscraper with her feet, and she's leading with her fist, and there's a Kai energy blast in her other hand behind her. And it doesn't even sound like a roar. It sounds more like some type of jet or rocket as she's closing in on him, going through, and she's just too fast, dodging all the chains. And as she's getting closer and closer, you see Blaze's eyes, they light up, his chassis lights up, goes out for a second. He grabs his head and, oh no, and he looks back up as she's flying towards him very quickly, covering the entire length of the city, I like to imagine. looks at Ash, looks back at Julius. We best, as she connects, you see a flash of light, and then a shockwave goes off, taking the entire city with. And the last thing you see is the parking lot erupting around you, like almost like a nuclear blast, and everything goes black. One sec. So imagine the parking lot has collapsed. You wake up to Pequod screaming Julius's name, and Blaze has some type of bubble shield device preventing the ruins from collapsing around you, crushing you. Blaze pushes a huge piece of rock up, and he grabs Julius. You're still awake and alive, you're fine, and throws Julius up first. Then grabs Ash and throws Ash up and climbs out of the crevice himself. Scratch one city. He looks around. That's two the mage has taken out.
Good. Oh my.
Pequod grabs Julius and hugs.
He hugs her back. You're a badass, you know that?
She winks at you and gestures down with her eyes to her Lieutenant Bard. The badassest of the lieutenants. The most badass of all lieutenants. Blaze looks around. Well, I'd say we won. Pulls up his wrist computer, reading no Archfiends on my scan. He pulls out a device, a little globe robot, and throws it up in the air that begins going around and scanning the area high up in the air. Turns to you guys. That takes off the cylinders he affixed to his wrist. Was the most fun I've had in a long time.
That was quite the fight. These things are no joke.
Archfiends are nothing to be trifled with. As Pequod speaks up, but team gods if this moment can handle them. And Blaze, gods if this moment.
Yes, we can. Oh boy.
Lazuli, Mommy comes flying down, not fast, but landing down, like slow falling down next to Blaze from the sky. She's all beat up. Her hair is all messed up and aloof, and she drops the head of the creature right next to Julius's foot and looks at Blaze and looks at Julius. Water.
Julius will take his canteen and hand it to her.
He takes it and gulp, downs it, hands it back to you. Water, Ash, and holds out her hand.
He'll hand her his canteen.
She gulps it down. Water, as Pequod already has hers out, and hands it to her. That was amazing! And Leslie, done and done. As she finishes drinking Blaze's canteen, or Pequod's canteen, and Blaze presents her another one. These two performed quite well, as did Miss Patricia, the pilot of the year! As Leslie steps on the Archfiend's head, splattering goo all over Julius's leg.
Oh boy.
Blaze, she looks at Blaze and I have an extra one for you right here. He opens a compartment, another tracksuit top. She puts it back on. You notice the hand wraps you've had on, they've faded by this. She looks at you guys, are you alright?
Doing good.
Begins inspecting Julius over as Pequod chuckles.
I'm fine, Mom, I'm fine.
Lifting up Julius's arm, grabs his hair, looks at his neck. Next, as she turns and does the same to Ash.
I'm good. A little banged up, but no worse than anything I've ever been through.
She pats your cheek. I told you were red.
For most of what we faced, yeah, but that guy looks down at the head, or what's left of it. That guy was something else.
She looks down at what's left of it, hopefully the last Archfiend left on the planet.
Hopefully.
Blaze inspecting the head. I'm surprised you didn't want to take it as a trophy. And Lasley spits on the ground, and he's gone. Just a splatter on the ground. And Pequod, so now we have all the more reason to have a party at the bunker. And Lasley, yes. Yes, you do. And she begins inspecting Julius one more time. Looking Julius up and down. Well, I guess it's time we go report back to your future father-in-law, Julius. Pequod plays with the ring on her finger and smirks at Julius.
No more terrifying prospect than all the archfiends in the world.
Hey, it's a nice chance to tell him about you two.
Pequod, no, not now. Not now.
Why not now? You can use what just happened to soften the blow. We just saved the day from the scary archfiends. You're not gonna get a chance like that again.
Lasley crosses her arms. If he doesn't approve of Julius, I'll make him approve. I can twist Johnny's arm. As Pequod laughs, he owes me anyway.
I'd pay good money to see that, ma'am. You could probably make that a charity pay-per-view.
She laughs as Blaze calls for the ship on autopilot. You're gonna board the ship. Pequod's gonna get back on her ship. She's gotta return it. She doesn't get to keep it, unfortunately. And you'll make your way back to Julius Rock. As Lasley says, take the lead, Ash.
Yes, ma'am. Walks in.
Pequod comes in. Ma'am! Salutes Commander Integra. Well, glad you're back. Somebody's been waiting for you, as Dad appears on the screen.
Straight up into a salute. Sir?
Before Julius goes in, we'll go back real quick. Before Julius goes in, Blaze has walked ahead. Before Julius goes in, Lasley pulls him aside and says, Julius, I know you're waiting and all to buy the ring, but you do need to buy a better one.
Dear God, I know.
I got your back if you need it. I don't know if she's gonna let him know now or not, but I hope it's not until you get a better ring, because that thing's just kind of... Ugh. She shivers in place.
I appreciate the sentiment, and if need be, I will ask for your help.
She pats you on the back. Come on, son. And puts her arm around you and leads you in with her. General Rico pops up on the screen. Nods respectfully at you all. Wipes some sweat off his brow. Excellent work, Headhunter.
Thank you, sir.
He looks at Pequod. Excellent piloting. Patricia. She stands at attention. And Major. She smirks at him. I owe you. That being said, that's 2 cities you've... And Johnny, just shut up and get on with it. And he... Right. Well, you three, Pequod, fought well. One could say I owe you, puts his hands out to his side. I don't need a mission briefing, or debriefing, I should say. I know all there is that I need to know. All I can say is excellent work, and thank you. And you truly live up to the Major's statement about you being her best student. Archfiends are nothing to be trifled with. They're some of the scariest combatants EarthGov's ever faced. I have your names here, but I look forward to meeting you in person one of these days. If you're ever on Gateway, my office is on Ring 1. Drinks are on me, yeah?
Yes, sir. Would be lovely. Thank you, sir.
Especially you, and he looks down at Julius Rainfall. Hell of a fighter. Definitely the son of Lasley.
Thank you, sir.
That he is.
Pequod coughs. And he... Well then, I have important duties to get to. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Just know I and everybody in EarthGov extends our thanks, and I wish you the best of luck in your further career on Squad Sigma, as I see here. I expect nothing but the best from you from here on out. Have a fun night. I hear you have a party ahead of you. And he looks at Pequod. Don't do anything stupid at the party. And Pequod, no, sir! And he cuts out the transmission, and Commander Integra, whoo, wipes sweat off her brow.
Ash is gonna slump back into. I assume there's chairs behind him.
Yes.
Oh boy, is he always that intimidating, ma'am?
And Commander Integra, oh yes, he's quite intimidating. Ceres comes into the room, hugs Ash. He's quite... Commander Integra unbuttons her collar, grabs her neck. Quite the intimidating man. She sits down in her chair, and Leslie, yeah, he's whatever.
It's because you knew him before he was the great General Rico.
She nods. Pequod gets her piloting skills from him. He is the most decorated Marauder pilot in the history of EarthGov. One of many accomplishments, Julius. As she looks over at Julius.
I get it.
Hey! Leslie throws her hands out to her side. He wants to buy you drinks next time you're on Gateway. That's...
Maybe then I can tell him that I'm gonna marry his daughter.
You could also tell him, what was it that Master Yen said? That you're banging on the reg?
Julius grabs Ash by the beard and brings him in close. Say it again, Ash.
As Sarah steps back.
Hey, it's not my words. I'm not the one who said it, but you are banging on the reg, Julius. It's not. Don't shoot the messenger after all, right?
I can burn your beard off right now.
You could. You tap him on his face, but you won't, because you love me.
Debatable. He lets him go and pushes him away.
Blaze points to his chest. Ceres is looking at Pequod. Blaze points to his chest and puts his thumbs up and then gestures towards Ceres.
Ash is kinda gonna get pale.
Another time! Well, did you look at the... I must prepare for the party. Commander Integra. He walks up to her, kisses her hand. It was lovely to see you again. You haven't aged a day. She blushes a little bit. Thank you, Blaze. Would you like me to get somebody to help you with that hole in your... No, I'll take care of it myself, thank you. And he walks off. I'll see you at the bunker, boys. Major Lazuli. And walks off.
See you there.
Lazuli looks you two over with her arms crossed. We'll see you for the party. And walks off.
Oh boy. That was a fight and a half, ma'am.
Pequod puts her hand on Julius's armor, pulls off some necroplasm sticky on her hand. Ceres does the same to Ash's helmet that is obviously off. And I think you guys could benefit from a shower before the party. And Commander Integra, yes, I'll have to have Thomas clean up all these green footprints. You notice you've left a trail of them behind.
Sorry, ma'am.
That's fine, that's what Thomas is for. Or Rob can do it. Either way, I don't need a mission briefing, Ash. I watched the whole thing this time. I'm proud of all of you. All three of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I won't keep you. She turns her chair so her back's towards you. Go get cleaned up for your party, yes?
Yes, ma'am. Was the General watching the same thing as you?
She turns around. Yes, I think. I believe. Why?
Because I'm pretty sure at one point, as he's walking out of the room, pretty sure at one point we referred to Pequod as Julius's girl over comms, and he walks away towards the showers.
Commander Integra goes pale. Oh. Perhaps he was watching from Blaze's POV, or the Major's POV, or he had it muted. Oh god, that would explain the scowl when he looked at Julius.
Julius is just looking forward. And he was watching the Major. He was watching Leslie, Mom. He's just gonna stumble out of the room, leaning against the wall beforehand.
As you leave, Pequod, I'm gonna go get out of my flight suit, and we'll be waiting for you at the Vertibird. Make the showers quick, Julius. Chop to it.
He just puts up a thumbs up. General Rico, father-in-law.
Saris and Pequod go to the Verdi. You guys go into the barracks. You take your shower. You're getting yourself all cleaned wherever you are.
Yep.
Rob comes in the room. Wow, that was, you guys are in your towels, so it's awkward. That was amazing!
That it was, Rob, that it was.
I saw the combat footage. I was in the office with Commander Integra.
Did you happen to catch whose POV they were watching from?
The commander had all four up on the screen. Yeah.
Alright.
I don't know about Rico, you know what's on his end. The general, I have no idea. I just know the commander was watching them all. She was really concerned about you guys. Understandable, being that you're her, boyfriend, girlfriend, daughter thing. I don't know. What's the big deal?
Well, Julius is dating General Rico's daughter. General Rico doesn't know that yet, and we reference the fact that they were dating while on the mission.
You see Rob stagger back against the door. Oh, you're dead, kid. If he hurt, you're fucking dead. As he walks out of the room laughing to the pantry.
You're not dead. Lazuli won't let that happen.
You just had to bring it up, didn't you?
Hey, put his hand on your shoulder. It's alright. We're going drinking tonight. Help you forget, right?
You hear from the pantry, might be the last drink of your life.
Look at it this way. And he's gonna lean in close. I told you I'd get you back for the gods of this moment. And he's gonna walk away, get dressed and walk away laughing.
As you walk out... Oh, good.
He's just gonna mumble to himself. If you think it isn't gonna happen 10 times more often now.
So before you leave, Julius, Rob stops you. And he presents you with a fine Jack Daniels, very expensive. And he hands it to you. And I know you guys are having a party. The boys here together pooled funds and bought you guys this. You've earned it. And he hands it to you, points his finger at you. Enjoy it. Could be your last. And walks away back to the pantry one more time.
I was gonna offer him a shot of it, but who cares now?
Poor Rob. Well, you'll make your way to the Verdi. And it is about 6 p.m. now. Not quite party hour yet, but it's getting late. And the girls await you. Ready to go?
Ready when you two are.
Board the Verdi. Back to Mom's bunker. Ta-da. Only people have moved around. You see Blaze is sitting at the table, beginning repairs on himself. Lazuli and Hunk are talking. Rocco awaits Pequod, who she picks up and takes into the middle of the kitchen. And Saris goes to check on the hole in Blaze's chest.
Gonna walk around. How are you? How's everyone doing?
And Hunk looks at you and, hey, hell of a mission, punches you in the shoulder.
That it was, and he's gonna punch Hunk back.
Can't say I ever got to fight Archfiends before. He was supposed to come, Leslie cuts him off, but the fucking idiot fell asleep, and she punches him in the side of the head.
You know you're lucky she loves you, right, Hunk?
You hear Blaze, now, quiet down, children, I'm trying to do something important. Saris, hold this, as he's beginning to fix his chest.
That's right. Well, everything turned out for the best, I hope.
Hunk grabs the side of his head, yeah. Oh, you know what? Speaking of which, I gotta make a call. And he walks over here, and before he makes the call, he gives Julius a big hug, and he pats Julius on the back. I'm proud of you, son.
I'd say so. He just impressed General Rico. That's not easy to do, right, Lazuli?
And no, it's not. Not at all. This Hunk will not let go of Julius.
Julius doesn't even pay attention to them poking fun at him. His mouth is just agape and like almost tearing up because that's probably one of the first times a prominent male figure has ever said they're proud of him.
He lets go, hand still on your shoulder. You did well. You did very well. You learned well from Mom over there. And he goes in for another hug again. I can't express how proud I am of you. Between you and Nicole, you grow up too fast. Feels like just yesterday she was a kid.
Thank you, Daddy.
Now, you're welcome, son. Rubs your shoulder. Now she wants nothing to do with me. Won't even answer my goddamn calls, speaking of which. And he goes to start calling Ice. Lazuli making food, and yeah, you'll get to the party. You need to eat something first before you start drinking. I don't want to see drunk Ash sobbing around the bunker, hugging everybody, and godsing if this moment.
Nah, it won't be that bad, ma'am. Be surprised I'm not that kind of drunk.
Really, Ash? She turns and looks at you. You never struck me as a big drinker.
No, not really, yeah. I'm not really a big drinker, but the few times I have, more the giggly drunk, if anything. Punch drunk, I think the phrase is.
Saris, the soldering iron over there. Yeah, I got it. Blaze is, she's helping it. And Hunk is, god damn it, she never answers my fucking call.
Did you call Sasha, Pequod?
Pequod looks over at you. Yeah, I smoothed that all over.
Good. Is she coming?
I don't think so. I think her and Icy are going out somewhere. And I'm going out somewhere. They better not be going out for... Oh no. As he walks over here and calls again.
He knows he can't keep her innocent forever, right?
Leslie says through grit teeth he'll try as long as he can.
Yeah, but at this point, I think she's rapidly approaching the point where he can't do it even if he tried.
You see, his back's towards you, but you see she finally picked up the call. And you hear him say, "Oh, Nicole, what's going on up there at Gateway?" And I'm in the apartment. And yeah, I can see that. You want to come down here for the celebration party, Julius and Ash defeating the Archfiend? No. Oh. Well, I'd like it if you'd come, and Leslie would really like it if you'd come, and Blaze, and Saris, and I don't drink, I don't want to come. Who's that in the background? And you can barely see, the wrist computer. But you see her turn, and there's nobody back there. I see somebody back there. You better not have a boy. I heard you and Sasha are going out. And I see we're going to see a movie. Well, you could watch a movie, and click, and she hangs up on him. God damn it.
You hit the keys to the ship, right, Leslie?
Leslie shakes her head, and I have to go do something down on sublevel 2. I'll be back. I'm getting you a fine. She looks around, bottle of liquor. I'm gonna join you for a couple drinks as she disappears.
Thank you. Speaking of that, he's gonna go over to where he saw Blaze had hidden everything.
The Hunk comes over. What are you doing?
Getting a gift for Saris?
Not now. We've got a mission to go on.
I am not going to kidnap Icy Hunk.
We're not kidnapping her. We're doing recon, and that's an order.
This isn't during a military operation. There's no ordering in off time.
He looks down at Pequod. You have my back on this, right? And Pequod, I'd prefer she be here, so yeah, I do. And Saris, speaks up. They should be here, Ash. Come on.
Fine.
It's a recon mission. Recon up. You can leave your weapons behind. Don't worry about it. Julius, you're up to this, right, son?
He looks over at Pequod. Do I have to?
And Pequod, would you deny your own father?
Yeah. I'm up for it.
Ash, let's go. You can have your lovey-dovey time with your vampire darling later.
Fine. But if this goes south and Icy starts shooting, I'm leaving you to get vaporized.
She'll never know I was there. I have a plan. It's not like I haven't done this before, Ash. Besides, you'll get to see Gateway Station.
That's true. You know how creepy that sounded, right, sir?
Look, Ash. She's young, doesn't know how to handle herself. I'm a good dad. Trust me.
You are.
It's for the better. It's for the greater good. Guys, exit the bunker and go to Lasley's ship, and you fly straight up to Gateway. And you dock at the bottom, and you're at the base of Gateway Station. Here you reside. Then there's an elevator here. And Hunk, all right, we'll go over the mission details here at the elevator. And he comes over here. Come on now.
Okay.
Now, simple mission. Pulls up a hologram of the apartment. So, there's an air duct entrance in the hallway right outside the door of the apartment. I can go in there and guide you through. Ash, get over it.
All right.
Now, what you need to do is you need to get your way in. Okay, so you're going to knock on the door. One of you keep her busy talking. The other one, and he points, well, I forget which room is hers. He grabs the side of his head, but the other one of you will go explore every bedroom and every room on the second level. Okay?
Okay.
Ash, you're better at talking. Julius, you'll explore. Talk about, I don't know, Ash. Just use your British accent charm, and, I think she kind of thinks you're cool. So it should work.
Yes. What was it she called me? Discount Clint Eastwood? I'm sure she thinks I'm cool.
Well, you've killed Archfiends now. That's pretty cool. Just, talk about that. Or, yeah. And Julius here. And he hands you a small earpiece. And he hands one to Ash. You're not in your military attire. Put these in. I'll be in the vents above you. And I'll guide you, yeah?
Okay. This is a bad idea, I'm just telling you.
You board the elevator. He pushes a button and it's gonna be fine. Trust me. Trust me. If you guys can kill Archfiends, you can handle this. And you ride up the cylinder in the middle of Gateway. You're able to see the rings, some of the places. You see a bunch of rangers, stuff like that. You get off in the inner ring, and you find yourself here at a large door. And Hunk, alright, this is the place. Julius. He looks at Julius. I'm counting on you. He keeps looking at Julius.
Okay.
He turns to you, Ash. Ash, I've had a hard time expressing my fatherly... You're just so fucking old looking, Ash, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to see you as a son.
It's fine, Hunk.
I mean, you're decrepit. I thought you were like 90 plus when I first met you.
Yes, a 90-year-old with the physique of a bodybuilder.
Well, it's the future, Ash, you never know, but either way, and he comes in for a big hug. I'm counting on you, son.
Alright, hugs him back. Alright.
Do me proud. As you see him go down the hallway and he shimmers, he climbs up the wall, his gloves can help him, and he shimmers into a vent and disappears, leaving you guys at the door.
I very quietly whispered to Julius, What would you do if he burst through the vent and fell in front of her right now?
I think I would laugh and run.
Good idea. Alright, you can knock. I'm not doing it.
Hey, he told you to knock.
Fine. And he's gonna knock.
You hear the sound of, like bare feet making their way to the door. And the door slightly opens and she sticks her head out. What are you two doing here?
Coming to say hello.
I don't want to come to your stupid party, and I know you don't care whether I'm there or not. Goodbye. And she tries to close the door.
What makes you think we don't care?
She looks out, comes out, where's Hunk?
Whatever
Hunk
do
be
you
here?
mean?
She looks around, steps back inside. What do you want?
Well, despite what you think, I actually would like you to come. It's a big moment for multiple people there, and I'd like to share it with somebody I do care about.
A robot comes out up this set of stairs, and imagine there's a large ass fountain right here. You're just seeing in the entranceway, but think Laz's bunker times 20 in terms of luxury. It's like a mansion of a small apartment complex. You don't quite know what it is, but yeah. Also, you notice she's in a tank top and like, short shorts, but she has the Ranger Bullfrog insignia on her gear. Maybe giving Ash something to talk to. The shirt she's wearing. And the robot comes up, and he has a cup of water in his hands. Guest, madam? And she, no, hardly. And he comes up again, come on in!
Is that alright?
She crosses her arms and steps back, sure. I guess I can give you the tour. You guys will have an apartment complex like this if your captain is a decent captain.
Looks out around it. Dear gods, they don't spare any expense for you guys.
Icy looks around. No, they don't. These apartments are made for the entirety of an Arcane Council team, but that being said, I'm the only one that really lives here, since Hunk lives at the bunker and the rest of Alpha 9 lives planetside with their family. So I got the whole place to myself, and she shrugged. And I like it that way.
Good for you. I mean, there's something to be said about having a nice bit of solitude.
Yes, as the robot hands Julius a glass of water.
Thanks.
Drink for you, my bearded friend.
Yes, thank you.
You see him, a little nozzle comes out and he pours another, it's in like a plastic cup. And he hands it to you. Here you go!
Thank you. Takes a drink.
Icy crosses her arms and walks down here. Alright, I'll give you the tour.
Alright. Follows her.
You sure Hunk isn't around? As she looks over her shoulders.
Do you see him? I mean, you'd notice him if he was, right?
Yeah, I guess. She points to this door. You'll probably like that, Ash. That's the armory. Go ahead in.
Well, he's gonna peek in. Look in.
All different types of weapons, recoilless rifles, railguns, the work.
My, that puts Raven Rocks to shame.
Yeah, it's the squad's gear. This is a kitchen. That's where the robot came from. This is the gym. We do have a private gym. She walks in. Pretty nice.
Looks in. Aye, pretty nice. I mean, not quite gonna replace training with Lazuli, but very nice.
You can even do this, and she pushes a button and you feel the gravity, just like in Dragon Ball. You can train in lower and higher gravity.
Ooh, I like that.
Spare no expense as she walks past you. And then upstairs is the living quarters. She looks around, looks back at the door. Follow me upstairs.
Alright, follows her.
You go up, and you see Alpha 9 ship is docked in a private docking bay right up. You can see it from where you are. Stasis field around it. All that good stuff. There's a big hologram projector in the middle of the room. And this is the living quarters. So these are stairs. You have to go up these sets of stairs to get up to the apartments. The ship's back here. The apartments where people live are up here. And Icy kind of looks around. You'll be living in one, unless your commander's an idiot, as she walks over here. It's not that bad, and your families can live here for free, so she gestures to Julius. Pequod gestures to you. Saris, we can all be here. Not that bad. You basically get to live in a mansion and get paid to do it.
No, not bad at all. Can see why you like to hang out here so much. So much nicer than that stuffy old bunker with Hunk.
She nods. Yeah. And then you see her eyes kind of trail for a second. Speaking of which, Ash, you crafted those pistols by yourself.
Had help from Blaze, but yeah.
You know anything about armor crafting, smithing?
limited amounts. I did a little bit of working on that, special orders where I grew up, but I'm nowhere near as proficient in it. I can probably make lighter armors, maybe some plate attachments, but nothing insane.
She listens to you talk, pushes some buttons on her wrist computer. Ever since we ran into those xenomorphs, and you see a hologram pull up of what'll be her xeno killer suit, I've obsessed really, over making a suit of armor specifically made to fight those things. Even though Hunk says we'll probably never deal with them again, but and you see it and it's just like an Iron Man design kind of thing. And she points at it, and the Keller has to be that way because the armor is coated with anti-corrosives for their acid blood. But those things, she crosses her arms, left quite the impression on me.
That they did. He's gonna rub where there's, like a little bit of scarring on his arm that he just left from the acid. That they did.
She is busy talking to Ash, so Julius, you're free to move around. You hear Hunk over your earwig. Now's your chance, Julius. Do you see any signs, Julius, that there's men's clothing, shoes, stuff like that?
He's gonna look around, look for anything like shoes, clothing.
Nope. The apartment doors, maybe.
He's gonna walk over to one of the apartments and peek open.
The door's locked.
Oh no. I don't know, Hunk. Looks like she's a virgin through and through.
You hear Hunk in it's a super high ceiling, but you can see a bulge in the air conditioning vent above you. I'll unlock it for you. Give me a second. And the door and slides open.
God. He's gonna step in and just look around.
You see nothing in there, just somebody's apartment that has barely been used. I don't think this is her apartment.
Nope. He's gonna walk out.
You go to the next one. Meanwhile, down here, Icy points at the armor. I've watched our combat footage through and through. Hunk says I'm obsessed. I think the only way to really go about fighting those things, she rubs her chin, is either concentrated saturation fire. She points at the back of the armor. I'm thinking, do you think a micro rocket packet could fit in the back of an armor suit this size? And she points at it.
Should I roll anything to be able to tell if that's the case?
No, you've crafted enough. You're familiar with EarthGov tech enough.
That'd be a yes, probably, right?
Yep.
Probably. You could probably fit it, and he's gonna point right around there. Any other, an idea would be flamethrowers, I'd say, as well. That was shown to be very effective. It seemed to boil their insides and make them pop.
That's a good idea. As she spins the hologram around, I was also thinking the big one. It seems like they either attack in swarms or there's one heavily armored one. If we could somehow shrink a Mac cannon to somewhat of a portable wrist mount, maybe, and she points at the wrist, you could put the wrists together and charge a Mac cannon, accelerator, something like that to pierce the big one's hides. The big one that was after you and Saris took 3 grenades in the back and didn't seem to phase him.
I think that's a very good idea. Also, I don't know how smart well, we know how smart they are, but depending on their perceptive abilities, the ability to project short-term holograms to try and distract would not be a bad thing either.
She looks at you, and then you see her taking notes on a wrist computer. That's a great idea. Julius, you're free to go to the next apartment.
Open it up, Hunk.
He opens it, door slides. What do you see? I'm prepared to strike, Julius. Nothing. It's just somebody's fucking apartment.
It's a nice apartment.
Alright. I believe, yeah, okay. The next one is her. This one. That's her apartment. The bulge in the ceiling comes out. Now, the vents are too small for me to crawl in. If there's somebody in there, drag him out and I'll finish him off.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
As Julius is going to go in, the hologram of the armor disappears. Another hologram pops up, and Icy points at it. And are you familiar with that weapon?
I believe so.
You've probably shot one before. She looks over at you. It's an M4. It was made in the 21st century, but the M4s and AK platforms have, for the most part, stood the test of time. She spins it around and shrinks it so you can get closer and see it. Again, Hunk says I'm obsessed, but watching our combat footage back, your nifty trick shots with your pistols are great, but pistols are pistols at the end of the day. I think a rifle that you could perform trick shots with could only be beneficial. And the M4 has stood the test of time. Compared to an AK like you see Rangers using, it doesn't pack the punch, but customizing them is what they excel at. And they're more accurate.
Okay. Well, takes a look at it. I might have some ideas. That's a good idea, though.
She spins it around. The barrel, the hider, is CQC compatible. That should let you do your trick shot. And to produce one like that wouldn't be that much money. Plus, you could get the barrel phased to make up for the lack of kick that AKs have over M4.
That's a good idea. Also, I think... Looking at the way they reacted to different weaponry, I think something like phased ammunition that almost melts the hide would probably be a better fit for those things than just bigger bullets.
She spins the hologram around. It would just so happen M4 barrels are the cheapest to phase, if you will, compared to other barrels.
Okay.
You could probably, the hologram disappears and she loads it onto a disc. You can probably get this made pretty easily. Hands you the disc. I'm gonna have to get my armor suit made out of pocket, but I'd imagine your captain on the Arcane Council strike team would allocate resources for you. I'd hope, if he's a good captain.
For something like this, even if it's not used against those xenomorphs again, I can think of dozens of uses for this, just because of how adaptable and customizable the design is. Sniper scope for longer range missions. I could probably even get an underbarrel energy bayonet for certain missions as well. This would be a brilliant thing to have in an armory.
M4 barrels are easy to interchange, too. She looks around. Where'd Julius go?
I'm not sure. What?
Good.
Where'd you get that? At the shirt. I'm guessing Sasha?
She looks down at it. Oh, well, believe it or not, Arcane Council teams don't fly out in deep space randomly forever. Any captain that would do that would be an idiot. There's a lot of downtime with Arcane Council strike squads, and in my free time, I do a lot of joint operations with Rangers. The Rangers. Mostly without Sasha, believe it or not. Like when we found that Lightning, what's was his name, Count? I was doing a joint op with Rangers. More experience.
That's good. Any more experience is good, and I'm sure they're happy to have someone as good as you.
Well, I hope so, as she shrugs and the door of the apartment opens. All right, Julius. Get in there and take that attack on in. And you look around the room, and it's just a normal 20-year-old's room. There's a lot of pictures indicating some sentimental value of her as a kid with Hunk and Lasley. There's even a picture with all of you when you won the EarthGov games. And there's nothing in the room that you see.
Surprise, surprise, there's nothing.
And Hunk, you hear a low growl. And Hunk, oh, Julius, I forgot to tell you about Zanzibar.
Who?
Zanzibar, as you turn, Julius, and you see... I'll put it... I tried Wonder, but really like these depictions of this guy. The Drake it's a guard Drake, and he's about 9 feet tall, and he's camouflaged to the wall so you couldn't see him. He blended in perfectly. And you feel the back of his neck. Yeah, exactly. You feel 2 beads of, 2 streams of hot nostril breath hit the back of your neck as you turn around, and Zanzibar uncloaks and presents himself, uncamos, we should say.
Julius puts his hands up. Okay. And continues to face him while just walking out of the room.
Zanzibar jumps down, and he is much stronger than you. He grabs you. Oh no. He grabs you and picks you up, carries you over to the balcony. I like to imagine these steps go like around, and there's a balcony, and throws you down right next to Icy, who looks down at you and looks up and looks back down. Having fun in my room, Julius?
The blast.
Zanzibar leaps down, and you're still prone. He puts his foot on your chest and roars in your face, waiting for a response.
What a good boy.
Oh yeah, he's a great boy who's standing right over me.
Icy looks up at him. He's a friend. He pushes down on your chest hard. Friend, not boyfriend. And he and lifts his foot and steps aside.
Ash is gonna walk over and... Is it okay to pet him?
He looks at you and lets out a snort from his nostrils. You notice he's ripped for a Drake. He is ripped. And he kind of leans in and starts sniffing you.
Lets him stiff me? Hey, it's alright, big boy.
Icy crosses her arms and looks at him. He's a Haven Drake. They come from a planet called Anova. They live underground. He's male. And he looks at her and then looks back at Ash. And she, friend, not boyfriend. And he moves over towards Juliet and starts sniffing Juliet. And I see Haven Drakes are interesting creatures. They, for every 10 males, there's 1 female. The females are actually incredibly intelligent. They rival dolphins here on Earth. The males are not. That being said, they're fiercely protective of any female they deem part of their pack. And he picks Julius up and breathes on Julius's head.
Oh, he seems smarter than you'd think and a little bit jealous.
Very jealous. I think Hunk said better than a chastity belt.
As long as you don't take people here.
He puts his arm in between Julius and Icy and pushes Julius and you away. And sits right in between you guys, watching you with great intent.
Just gonna look at him. It's alright, big boy. She's like a sister to me. I wouldn't dream of it.
And Icy looks over at Julius. So, he only leaves my room to eat. Lucky for you, he's a herbivore. He likes cabbage. And work out. And she points at him. I've taught him how to work out. And you see he lifts his arm and flexes his muscle at Julius and growls. What were you doing in my room, Julius?
I was looking for the bathroom.
Bathroom, huh? As you see a pronounced bulge in the vent above you, and Icy looks up, pulls out her blaster, snaps her finger, and shoots, and and falls to the ground. And oh, Julius! Ash! Surprised to see you!
Ash is just laughing at this point.
Hunk dusts himself off. I'm actually training to be an HVAC technician. I don't think I got a chance to tell you guys that.
Oh, really?
Yes! I'm gonna be retiring from EarthGov soon, and I gotta bring in some money, you understand?
That is true, although Mr. Death the HVAC. Seems interesting, to say the least.
Icy crosses her arms, staring at Hunk, and as she's doing that, you hear Sasha's voice coming from the stairs. And you hear her say, I hope you don't mind, the robot let me in. And she comes up, and she just stares blankly at the Drake. The Drake, and tilts its head at her. She points and starts screaming at the top of her lungs. And Hunk, oh god, quiet! As the Drake walks over and picks her up and throws her on its back. And she, what the fuck is this thing? And Hunk, it's, a guard Drake for Icy. And Icy looks at you, Ash, and Julius. So he put you up to this?
You should say more that Pequod and Ceres put me up to it.
Hunk stands here. Well, I'm just glad there were no boys here. That being said, since we're all here, don't worry. He's very protective over girls. Sasha, he won't do anything to you. Since we're all here, we might as well. And Icy snaps her fingers. You're back in Leslie's bunker with Hunk. It's a high ceiling, right? Julius falls first, right in front of Pequod. Hunk falls on top of Julius. And Ash falls on top of Hunk. And Pequod looks down. Back already?
Yeah, we are. Brushes himself off and walks away. Oh, it was good talking to her again.
Hunk gets up and picks Julius up. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Hunk looks over at Pequod, and Pequod, she didn't want to come. And Hunk, I got a trick or two up my sleeve, and he walks off.
I'm sure you do.
Ceres looks over at you, Ash. Well, I'm glad you're back. And Blaze, Ceres, now put that piece of metal here, darling. Yes, yes. You have remarkably steady hands for a vampire, sir.
I'd hope she does. She's just that good. Well, speaking of that, since we can get back to what we were doing, how's things looking for you, Blaze? Better?
He looks over at you. With Miss Ceres's help, I'll be right as rain in no time, as Pequod pats the counter here, indicating she wants Julius next.
Julius starts to act like he's crying and wipes a tear away. Your beautiful hands, my darling.
Pequod starts uncontrollably laughing.
Yeah, Rico bait, keep going.
Pequod laughs even harder hearing that one.
May I have a few locks of your hair just so I can smell them when I'm in deep space, my darling?
You hear Ceres perks up, and Ash did ask for a lock or two of my hair when he left. As Blaze, worry about the soldering iron, darling. Don't worry about their jokes. Sticks and stones may break a vampire's bones, but words shall never hurt you.
And better to want to keep your loved ones close than to be in mortal danger like some people.
Pequod looks over at you, Ash. So, the apartment, was it as cool as people say it is?
Yes. May puts even this to shame. More of a mansion than an apartment.
Ceres looks up, so we're gonna get to live in a mansion?
Maybe. As long as our like I said, as long as our captain's not an idiot and makes us stay in space all the time, why wouldn't we?
Blaze, you hear Blaze go, Ceres! Easy now with that. Well, I hate to inform you, but he's an idiot, Ash. At least, so I've been told.
That's about what I'd gathered, but one can hope, right?
Can't be that bad.
No, I've met worse leaders. Could be worse.
Asley comes back up with a jug. An old-style jug, and sets it down. Moonshine.
Oh. Oh.
If you're gonna get drunk, you might as well get drunk. She slides the bottle here, and Saris kinda, well, I can't get drunk.
I wouldn't say that. I've got a little present for you.
Leslie steps out of the way.
He's gonna pull two of the bottles out. These, oh my god, let me get the name. It was Chateau
Ambrosia.
These are Chateau Ambrosia. They are a special, very old mix that isn't made anymore, and as far as I know, can't be made anymore, but it is a specialized type of blood that gets vampires drunk.
Leslie walks over. Let me see that.
Shows it to her.
Leslie looks. I think I've heard about this. These are incredible. Where'd you? Oh, is this from the lightning count place you guys went to?
Yes, it is.
These bottles and Pequod, priceless. And Leslie, yeah, to the right vampire royal family, these would bring a high price.
Money's money. Better to have a good time with the people I love.
Leslie flips the bottle back to you. Agreed. And she looks around and I'm gonna go see what Hunk's doing.
That's a good idea. Speaking of which, Lazuli is right. If we're gonna get drunk, we're getting drunk. And he's gonna pull out the bottle of 190 proof that he got from the lightning count. I told you I was gonna show you guys how to make a Hickson heart attack. Now it's as good a time as any, aye?
Blaze waves Saris off. I'll continue my repairs myself. I can take it from here. Enjoy yourself. As she comes over to look at the bottle. Pequod looks at Julius. We probably should have ate something.
Yeah, probably.
Too late now. He's gonna open the 190. Alright. Check for grapefruit juice and raspberries.
You find them. You have to ask Blaze where they are, but you find them.
Thank you, Blaze. Alright, he's gonna put ice and 2 shots of the Hickson heart attack into, I forget what they're called, the shakers for alcohol. He's gonna pour in, I believe it was 4 ounces of the grapefruit juice, macerate a few of the raspberries, put that in, shake it up, and pour it out over ice. This is a Hickson heart attack, and he's gonna walk over and hand it to Julius. The raspberries and the grapefruit are gonna do a little to cover up the taste of the 190, but you'll feel the kick.
Julie scolds it.
Oh, God!
Well, going off a similar thing I've made in real life, it takes the edge off the 190, but it burns like a motherfucker on the way down, but tastes okay.
Julius leaves his head up for a second and just breathes. You gotta love that burn.
How'd you do? I'm gonna make you one, Pequod.
She perks up. I don't think I could chug it like that. And she looks at Julia.
At your body weight, you probably shouldn't. And he's gonna make one for him, one for her. Hand it to her. Here you go.
She toasts and takes a gulp, not chugging it.
Just wait. Give it about 5 minutes, and that's gonna be hitting him like a truck. And he's gonna drink a big gulp of it, too.
She takes it down, but she has to fight to get it down. Ooh!
A little more grapefruit juice for you?
Yes, please.
He'll pour, a couple more ounces into her glass, just into it. There you go.
She starts slowly sipping now.
As for you, Saris, he's gonna pull out one of the bottles. Priceless or not, fuck that, and he's gonna open it and hand it to her.
She's gonna sniff it and smells edible.
I'd hope so. I'd never give you something that bad for you, right?
She gets a wine glass, pours some in, takes a sip, swishes it around her mouth, and gulps it down, and then starts chugging from the bottle.
I'll drink to that, and he's gonna down the rest of his. Ah.
Blaze speaks up as he's fixing the hole in his chest alone. There's beer to chase that stuff in that fridge over there, and he's pointing with the soldering iron in his hand.
He'll get one out for Pequod and Julius. I don't drink beer.
Pequod finishes her Hickson heart attack. Another, please!
You got it. He's gonna double the amount of grapefruit juice for hers as he makes himself another 2. And he's gonna make one and set it to the side for Lazuli.
Ceres drinks the whole bottle. Looks at her hands. I don't feel anything.
You see Ash's eyes widen. Give it about 10 minutes before you drink some more, alright? You've never been drunk, have you?
She scoffs at you and opens another bottle. I don't think it's doing anything, and starts chugging the next bottle.
Wait, Ceres, no, you have to wait.
She continues chugging as Pequod hands Julius one of the Hickson heart attacks Ash made.
Who gives a fuck? He's gonna down his, and then, being a psychopath, take a gulp straight from the 190.
Pequod watches you do so and gestures for the bottle.
Let's do it. Hands it to her.
She chugs 2 gulps and shakes her head and hands it to Julius. And she...
God, waits. And he takes he takes a lot.
Oh boy.
Hunk comes back in the room, and you see he's talking to Master Yen, and he closes the computer, looks behind him, lost her.
Hey,
oh, the party started!
Yes, it has. He's gonna make him a Hickson heart attack. Try it. This one's gonna be a little more stiff because it's starting to hit Ash.
Hunk comes over, and we'll have guests joining us very soon.
Alright then, that's gonna be a fun night.
Make a couple more drinks. As he says that, you see Sasha poofs here with a yogurt cup in her hand and spoon in her mouth. And Icy poofs here with a cigarette hanging out of her mouth. And she looks around and looks at Hunk. And Hunk, welcome to the party! He grabs the drink, lifts his gas mask up, and drinks the Hickson heart attack. And this ain't bad. Where'd you learn to make this?
Learned it from some of the other people that either came through Argana's place or he owned.
Icy looks over at Hunk. What? How did you get us here? And Hunk, Master Yen took care of that. Icy gets extremely angry, and Sasha perks up seeing Pequod. Pequod runs over. Sasha sets down the yogurt cup. They hug. Pequod kind of had to catch herself for a second because the alcohol might be starting just barely to kick in. And Hunk downs the Hickson heart attack, slams the table. And Master Yen teleported every living creature within 30 feet of you, Missy. I'm still the captain of Alpha Niner after all.
Wait,
and as he says that, you hear ruffling coming from this room.
Isn't there another creature that was within 30 feet of them, Hunk?
And you see Zanzibar stick his head out the door and look around the room.
Zanzibar! Good to see him! Oh, again.
Hunk drops the Hickson heart attack empty glass on the ground and it shatters. Ceres looks at the Drake and starts screaming.
He's gonna grab her. It's alright. He's friendly. He's a pet.
Zanzibar looks around as Pequod, eyes widened, looking at the Drake. Hunk drops the glass. Well, he looked at the glass on the ground. We gotta get this thing out of here before Lazuli sees it. And he runs over and tries to push him back in the room. But he's pushing Hunk out of the way to get to Pequod.
He's on his own.
And Icy walks over and, you fucking idiot! And Hunk, teleport him out of here. Snap your goddamn fingers. Get him out of here. And I can't. There's a cooldown to these things, so to speak, Hunk. Oh god, we are screwed. As the Drake moves Hunk out of the way. Perhaps foreshadowing something. Sniffs Pequod over, who is petrified and buries its head in her stomach and starts rubbing its head into her stomach. And Icy, huh? And Hunk, what?
What's that about?
And Pequod starts petting him and scratching his neck. He's letting out low growls. And Sasha, he is quite a sweetheart, Saris. It's okay. Saris walks up and starts petting him. They like girls, apparently. Or at least the males. And he won't stop rubbing his head into Pequod's stomach. And she, really, Julius? You get me a dog? And she gets a guard drake?
Hey, don't be mean to Rocco.
Well, if you don't want the dog, I'll just take it back, my dear.
She pats the drake on the head, and he and hugs her, and holds her tightly. And this thing's amazing. Hunk, don't be too hard on him. You don't know what I had to do to get that thing. We've had him since he was an egg. As Hunk says that, Lasley comes back up with some more fine glasses and just stares blankly at the tree. And Hunk, oh no, well, I'm sorry, but Ash brought a drake into the bunker and there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, totally, man. That's, sounds like me to do something dumb like that, eh?
The drake turns, smelling Lasley. Steps towards her. Sasha grabs Pequod and gets behind her. Sarah ducks behind the counter.
Yep. This is gonna be fun. He's gonna hand, while that's going on, he's gonna hand Sasha one of the Hickson heart attacks he made.
Casey just sits up on the counter and shakes her head. Moves close. Hunk, stand down! Knocks him away. The drake walks up and hugs her. And she starts scratching his neck. This must be Ash's drake. It's affectionate like Ash, likes to hug. And she starts scratching the side of his neck, and he lets out low growls. And Sasha comes up from behind the counter and... Has she gotten nicer lately, or is it just me? I know I'm not around as much as you guys.
She's always been nice. She just didn't like to show it.
She continues.
She used to be a fucking bitch.
Pequod starts to laugh. She continues playing with the drake. Well, he can stay, I guess. What does he like to eat? And I see greens, cabbage, and Leslie, I'll go get him some. I'll be right back. And goes back downstairs as the drake and moves around the room, sits down, and just stares at Icy. And Hunk, all right, back to drink.
You sure you don't want anything, Icy?
She, no, I don't drink. I guess I'll be playing designated driver. And she sits down in the chair over here as the drake and walks over towards her.
How you feeling right about now, Cyrus?
Ash, I appreciate the thought, but I think this is a myth. I don't think these do anything. Opens another one and starts chugging it down. I mean, I was hungry, and it's good damn blood, but...
Uh-huh. To hell with it, and he's gonna just start sipping at another one. Well, I guess
Pequod gonna pour Julius some moonshine, tell him to drink it.
He drinks it.
Sasha begins drinking. Hunk sits over here to start helping Blaze with his repair.
Well, this is what it's about, ain't it?
Oh god, here comes another mopey-ass speech from the old man as he walks over to Saris and puts a hand on her shoulder. Oh, you're gonna get fucked up, kid.
She turns around and, I feel and she blinks and starts shaking her head. Oh! Oh!
And there it is.
Pequod handing Julius another cup of moonshine.
He scolds it.
She's trying to get you killed tonight, kid.
Liver failure, here I come.
Pequod hands Sasha one. You're off duty, you can stay for the night. And Sasha, yeah, sure. I'd rather be here anyway, I guess, than on Gateway. Takes the drink down, Sarah starts stumbling across the kitchen for the fourth bottle.
Hey, before you do that, he's gonna pull her around and kiss her. How about we dance? Hey?
She opens the bottle. We can dance and drink at the same time.
Alright.
Blaze, cue the music. He types on his wrist computer. Come on, Hunk. I'm getting out of here. I can't work under these conditions. And drags Hunk off.
See you later, Blaze.
He waves at you. He played whatever music you want. You can start dancing with Saris in the middle of the room.
Yep.
Dance Santa Claus? Who knew?
Sasha looks at him. Santa Claus?
Ask Master Yen. And as I told you, kid, I'm going to teach some kids how to party.
Like you could. As he pours like 2 more shots of whiskey and downs them both, and then, like he doesn't even know he's doing it, he sits down on the kitchen floor.
Pequod comes over, sits right next to you. Sasha comes and sits next to you.
I thought he was gonna sit on the stove.
You're dancing in the middle of the room. Pequod pours a little bit more moonshine, hands it to Julius, hands one to Sasha and her, and she toasts both glasses and downs her. And she's starting to get loopy. She's giggling at the floor at this point.
When he downed his, you can see immediate regret hit his face, and his eyes are just now wide open, and he's sitting straight up.
Oh no.
Bunker Mom comes back in, sees Saris and Ash dancing, and just walks away.
Wait, before you go.
Yes.
He's gonna put one of them into the heart attacks into her hands. A gift.
She raises the glass to my best students and gulps it down in one go. And looks at the glass. This isn't half bad. What's this shit called?
Hickson heart attack. I'll show you how to make it someday.
Show me now, motherfucker. And she presses it against your chest. Make me one for the road. I'm going down to sub-level 2. Gotta help Blaze.
You got it. And he's gonna step by step show her how to make it. Normal one is 2 shots, 190 proof, 4 ounces of grapefruit juice and macerated raspberries mixed in when you shake it.
As you're showing her and making it for her, you notice Saris is so drunk the Drake is dancing with her, slowly just guiding her by her shoulders, and he's a happy boy.
He's got all the girls in the world.
Of all the girls in the world, he picked yours. Are you sure that Drake isn't yours, Ash?
Positive, ma'am.
As she takes the drink, takes a sip of it, I'll remember how to make this baby. She turns around and looks at everybody. Get up off the floor! What are you doing? There's chairs! And she's pointing around the room.
You should try it out, and he pets the floor next to him. Come on, Davey, come on.
Dave. Okay. And she comes and sits down on the floor.
Ash is gonna grab one that he made. Well, to friends, to family, and to the best mom anyone could ask for, and downs it.
Leslie winks at you, the Drake, and sets Saris back next to you.
He's gonna pat him on the face. Thank you, my boy.
Leslie looks at Julia. Davine, huh?
Davine? That's your name, right?
She looks at you. For tonight, you can call me that, yes.
But what if it's not your name? Then you... But if it's not your name, I'm not gonna call you that.
Well, it's not my name, honey, but...
He stands up, turns around, and grabs the whiskey and just starts downing it.
She watches him down, stands up, lowers the bottle a little bit, trying to slow his intake. As the dragon moves in, grabs Sasha and carries her out, trying to imitate the dance movements. And she just, whatever. Beats dancing with some of the Rangers.
You're damn right it does. He's probably smarter than some of them, too.
Sasha, oh yeah, that. You hit the nail on the head with some of them. Pequod looks over at Julius and starts giggling Davine's name, saying Davine while giggling.
Yeah, that was her name. And he puts a hand on her shoulder, and Laslie's shoulder. You know, it might just be because she was my mom, but sometimes she used to treat me nice after everything else. I might, if I just talk to her again, maybe.
And Lasley, yes, maybe. Maybe you'll get that chance, sweetheart. Slow down on the whiskey.
That's right. Slow down on the whiskey, and he's gonna take a few big gulps of the 190. Speed up on this one. And slide the bottle across the floor to him.
Pequod gets on her knees, grabbing Julius's waist, and takes the Hickson heart attack out of Lasley's hands and starts sipping it. And Lasley, that was mine!
I'll make you some. I'll make you another one.
Alright, Julius, show me what you've got.
I think he just makes a whiskey sour.
He comes over. Good enough. Takes it. Takes a sip. Excellent drink, Julius. Pequod comes over and punches Julius in the back, demanding one.
Yes, my darling, yes. Oh god, you're gonna get me talking like Ash. Oh, how I love you so much, darling.
You know,
Ceres stumbles onto Ash.
he's gonna hold her close. You know, it's not a half bad impression, Ah. You know I love you, right? He's gonna kiss her on the head.
She mutters back. She's really fucked.
I think that's enough for her. There's, I don't know what you could give us, Chaser.
Beer. And he walks over here.
She can't have that.
Ceres reaches for bottle number 4 and begins drinking.
No, take it. Take it.
He's gonna pull it from her. I wonder. He's gonna take a sip of it.
It makes you vomit immediately. It burns the inside of your mouth.
He's gonna hand it to Lazuli. Yep. Still not the worst I've ever had, but... Oh.
She takes the bottle and hands it back to Ceres, and she starts chugging it. Okay, that was a bad idea. And she tries to take the bottle off her. Ceres moves over here, keeps chugging. The Drake sits Sasha down and grabs Pequod and takes her for a dance.
You better be careful, Julius. Mr. Steal Your Girl's here. As he goes over and... Alright, let's slow down a little bit. Don't want to use it all in one go, eh?
She continues drinking. I've never felt like... And boom! Face first right into the ground.
Right, he's gonna try to pick her up, but being pretty fucked up himself, only get up to like his knees, holding her. I don't know if I can do that.
Sasha pours some more 190 and hands it to Julie.
Julius takes the shot, grabs a towel, and like stumbles over here and falls to his knees to start cleaning up the throw up.
She's just gonna lay her head on his lap. It's alright. Slide me that 190, eh?
Leslie comes over, picks Julius up, puts him over here, takes the towel and starts cleaning it up. And Sasha sits next to Julius. I'm so happy. My best friend found a good and her head hits your shoulder. And she wakes up. And she starts pouring another 180 or whatever.
Oh, thank you, Sasha. That means a lot. She's my favorite person. And he stands up and walks back over and tries to pick Leslie up and take the towel from her.
She lets you and hands you the towel if you insist, Julius, and steps over you.
I don't want you to have to do this. You don't need to. And he goes back down and starts cleaning it up.
Ceres gets up, flexes her muscles. She's got good muscle. I am. Staggers over to the counter. The royal heir to hits the counter something, and Sasha slides the wine bottle to her, and I'm gonna drink as much as and starts drinking the wine.
You're damn right. You, the royal heir to whatever. I'm the most beautiful werewolf you'll ever see. He grabs the 190 and starts chugging.
Zanzibar sets Pequod down right next to Julius. And goes over here and just watches everybody. Watching the drunkenness unfold. Leslie, okay, Julius, that's enough. The floor looks good enough there.
It's not clean enough.
It's clean enough for me, that's all that matters.
If you're not gonna hurt me afterwards. And he stands up and leans on Pequod.
No, I'm not gonna hurt you. In fact, here, have another drink. And she pours a shot of whiskey and hands it to you. And then one to Pequod. The only thing that's gonna be hurting is your head in the morning.
Yes.
And that's the part I didn't teach them.
You think I haven't had a hangover before, sucker?
You just don't know how to not get them.
You just know how not to get them. That's what you sound like right now.
Alright, kiddo. You keep that energy when you meet your daddy.
My dad? Where's Hunk?
He's downstairs helping Blaze with repairs.
Oh. Okay.
He'll be up later, don't worry about it. As Leslie walks by, as she notices the Drake shoving his head in Pequod's stomach. And he keeps walking. I'm going downstairs. Don't kill yourselves. She disappears around the corner.
As she's saying that, Julius is starting to climb on top of the counter to get over here.
Okay, you get over.
He walks over and pats Zan's on the back. You need a... Please, don't do... That's my fiance, dude. Please.
It turns and looks at you and snarls and continues doing what it was doing.
Yes. Okay.
You better be careful, Julius. There's some real competition there.
Pequod pats its head. It must really like stomach. And Icy just
I like girls, and you're a cool girl. That's what it is.
It turns around, picks Julius up, and plops him right next to Pequod. And comes in and starts smelling Julius's stomach. And then back to Pequod's stomach. And kind of... and positions in front of you and inquisitively looks at you.
Well, that's about...
Pequod grabs another shot of 190. Takes it down. That guard Drake is pretty fucking cool. Dog good too, but... this guard Drake is awesome. She starts cackling, looking at him.
Speaking of dog... And he's gonna call Rocco a couple times.
You hear him bound into the room from sub-level 2. The Drake turns around and looks at him.
Come here, Rocco. Come on, boy.
Rocco walks into the room. The Drake leans down, picks him up in his clawed hand, sniffs him, and starts poking him in the head. And Rocco's having a good time barking.
That's Rocco. He's a friend, Zanzibar. He's a good boy.
He hands Rocco to Julius. Takes back Pequod.
You doing okay, Cyrus?
As the bottle hits the ground and you see her reaching for the fifth and final one across the counter.
Julius walks over and takes it. We're gonna save this one. We're gonna save it.
If he looks at it, he might be able to make more.
Maybe.
Pequod looks at Zanzibar. God, if this moment could last forever, Drake. And he, "Urgh."
Gonna grab the 190. Gods, if this moment could last forever. Gonna get up, walk over to Icy. Oh, I am sorry about the last mission, right?
She looks up at you. What for?
I was being a pussy, alright.
Hard situation to be in. I lost my cool. I apologized by giving you your alcohol.
No need to apologize. It's what it is. It's life. Shit
We made it
happens.
out. Exactly. We made it out in one piece. That's all that matters.
That's right. You're a good leader. I'm proud of you.
She looks up at you. You do know I tried everything I could to get you and Julius on my squad. There was 10,000 request forms for both of you. And Pequod.
I know you did. We'll end up there eventually. Given what I heard about that Malcolm guy, I don't think he's gonna have a squad for very long.
And Icy, well, he trained under Ebenezer. I think that's why he has lead of Sigma. But he's got a big legacy to live up to. Ebenezer didn't run away from everything, Ash.
Nepotism, yeah, that.
Yeah, I think a little bit of that.
Wizards, they always gonna plop down at the counter. Wizards, they always get the special treatment. They throw magic balls of lightning and fire, and that makes them better than everyone else, even though they're the easiest ones to kill.
Icy looks over at you. Killed a lot of wizards in your time?
A few. They're always idiots. They do know you can dress in armor and still cast, right?
You'd be surprised, Ash. As she rolls her eyes and looks back at the TV screen.
Now, sorcerers, those are the ones you gotta worry about.
Really? Pray tell, Ash. As Sasha, yeah, Ash, tell us. As the dragon sets Pequod next to Julius and takes Sasha.
They're unpredictable. A lot of them tend to be pompous because they just get power being born with it. But they also, in my experience, are the kinds of people who will pick up a sword and fight in the front lines while flinging magic all over the place, not sitting in the back and throwing fireballs.
Someday I'd like to see the colony you and Julius came from. It sounds rather primitive.
It fucking was. Fucking best guns out there were made by people like me, and that tells you a lot.
Pequod staggers over here, dragging Julius and Rocco. I think you make great guns, Ash.
Okay, sure, but you can only make so much with coal forge.
Pequod pours, she can't even tell what whiskey it is at this point, but there was a bottle of tequila, into a glass and says, "Chug, Julius," and presses the glass against his chest.
Julius takes the glass and then takes the bottle away from her, like slides it away. Yeah, sure. And he takes it.
She stops you halfway through and takes the glass and starts chugging it herself.
He takes it back from her and starts chugging it.
You finish it as Sarah staggers over, and she's looking around for her bottle.
Hey, sir, my darling.
Sarah, where's the final bottle, Ash?
I don't know, Julius took it away. He says he's gonna try and make more.
Give it to me.
No.
I don't know where it is. Gonna grab the tequila, drink some, get one sip in, stop, move it away. That tastes like shit.
The Drake sets Sasha down and moves back over here. watching all the drunk children in front of him with great intent.
Ferris,
Uh,
why'd you pick me?
Cause you're the best, Ash.
I don't know about that. Ooh.
Pequod guards if this and she spits on the counter.
Oh my god. Julius cleans the spit up with his sleeve.
Pequod looks over at Julius and pounds his chest with her fist. We're telling my dad right now.
I agree. Here, he's gonna put his arm on the counter. Dial the number.
She starts staggering.
Oh no. Julie staggers over and grabs her hand. I don't, can't believe I'm saying this. Let's not do that.
Sasha sits down and starts chugging some of the tequila. Do it. Do it. She's got in the glass.
Ash is gonna do it. Do it.
He looks behind to Icy. I say.
Icy snaps her fingers and Ash's wrist computer shuts down. Oh, must be an electrical short. Sorry, Ash.
Hey, Sasha. He pulls her arm over. Come on.
Sasha's wrist computer comes up and it powers down. Nice try, Santa Claus, Icy says.
Oh, come on. It's a good idea. He'll be in a good mood. We're all having a good time. He'll be happy to hear it. He already probably knows. You're
And
gonna
you notice there's a computer right behind you, Ash. On the wall.
What's his number?
Pequod, I'm just gonna make a number up. It would be 111-882-7541. As she says to you, drunkenly.
Okay, he's gonna turn and type that into the computer.
Icy Zanzibar. And he grabs you before you can put the last digit in and hurls you onto the couch. And he and positions in front of the computer.
Uh-huh.
Unless someone here has some kind of sense, Icy.
Saris walks up to the Drake. Icy gets Drake. Pequod gets dog. Saris gets necklace and starts crying.
Wait. Can you turn on the computer again for me? I'm not gonna call Rico. I need something else.
Zanzibar moves out of the way.
And he's gonna walk over and dial up Blaze.
Blaze comes up. What do you need, sire? I'm trying to repair myself.
Can you send Hunk up with the thing?
Not right now, sir.
No, send him up. I need to give it to someone. Please.
Not in your condition. It would ruin the moment.
I am in the best condition of my life. I'm not gonna be a pussy this time. I should have done it at the base. Send it up.
He hangs up on you. No. And hangs up.
Icy, can you get it?
She, with her finger, tells you to come over to her because she's not coming to you.
Okay. Walks over. Huh?
She says so Saris can't hear. You want to be able to remember when you do that. The proposing thing, you won't remember it. Just go over there and keep drinking.
Oh, I'll remember. They won't, but I will.
Ash, stop being annoying and just go start drinking. You will regret it, trust me.
Maybe.
And what if she says no and she hits your chest with her open hand? She's drunk, not in the right state of mind, not the time you propose to a girl.
I don't want her to cry. I just don't have anything to give her.
Well, then just go take her for another dance or give her the last bottle. Instead of hoarding it.
I got an idea. I'm gonna walk over. You want to hear something funny, Saris?
She looks up at you. What?
Pequod's dad was watching the whole mission and probably heard us say that Julius is her boyfriend.
Saris, she knows. She starts laughing, though, even though she already knew. Sasha starts busting out laughing. Pequod starts busting.
This might be the last time Julius gets to party with us.
Julius puts it back on the wall and slides down. Yeah, last time.
You know, the longer you wait, the more mad he's gonna be, right?
Who cares? We don't need his approval. I don't know why everyone is always like, oh, you gotta tell him. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. Let us do what we want to do.
You don't need his approval. I'm sure. That's why you wanted to ask this permission first, originally, right?
Huh. You need to shut up, Ash.
You're pissing off scariest guy in EarthGov. This is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yeah, let him do something to me.
Pequod looks up at you. He can only kill you with his marauder mech. She puts her hands on Julius's chest. You know, you're the first boyfriend I've ever had.
Oh. So?
And only, as she crashes onto Julius's chest.
Annabelle Saracen. Same goes for you, except not the boy part.
Pequod, Dad is gonna. And she comes in for a big, wet, drunken kiss. Love you, Julius. Don't worry about it.
If he doesn't, he'll just station Julius on Pluto forever.
If he doesn't, Leslie will take care of it.
Mom versus dad-in-law. That'll be a fun one.
Mom wins in that regard. She can easily dispatch Dad, even in his mech.
That's true.
Pequod falls asleep on Julius on the ground. Time passes. Sasha's on the counter with Rocco, who's sleeping. Ash is fucking in the hallway, passed out. Zanzibar has Saris and is rocking her like a baby. And Julius and Ash, you wake up to the sound of Sasha groaning.
Oh. Right.
Pequod comes to. I am. Sasha grabs her stomach. Starving! As Zanzibar and looks up, looks back down at Saris, who's still asleep. Makes a noise like that, telling her to shut up, and keeps rocking.
She's gonna get up. I'm assuming he feels like shit.
Yeah, you're still. It's only been a couple hours, like 2 hours you were out. It's like 4 a.m.
Gonna stumble into the kitchen and get, like, you know those big, like, 2-pint mugs?
Yes.
He's gonna fill that sucker up with water and just start downing it.
Sasha looks down at Julius. You can't tell me you're not hungry.
Julius lifts Pequod off of him. I'll make us something to eat.
We should get Saris to cook.
God, no.
Sasha puts up her hand. No, I don't want anything from here. I want shawarma. An In-N-Out burger, and Pequod crashes on the countertop. Shawarma.
Let's go on a shawarma run.
Let's not do that.
Ah, fuck it. You're supposed to be the fun one. We're having fun tonight.
What?
Sasha gets up off the counter. Where's Laz keep the keys to her fancy bitch-ass ship? Starts looking around.
Oh, probably nowhere here.
They wouldn't know, would they?
No. Pequod, I can fly anything, climbs over the counter in any condition, and falls onto the ground.
Didn't you park the Verdi not too far away?
And Pequod lazily took the keys.
Smart.
Sasha looks around the room. Is that Drake smart enough to go get us some?
Maybe. Rocco. Go get us the keys.
Rocco looks at you and yelps and walks over to his new buddy Drake and sits next to him. And he's and just looking at you.
Damn. Need to teach him how to do stuff like that before we do this. Icy, will you get drive us?
Icy looks up. For what? I wasn't listening.
Food.
She looks around the room. Can't you just eat something here? Pequod collects herself and falls back onto Julia. In and out, shawarma. And Icy, no. And Sasha, please. Climbs over the counter. Don't forget. Climbs over it a little more. Who buys you your cigarettes? Climbs over. You gotta be 21 to buy those, and you're still 21. And she falls off the counter.
I wonder if Hanger Dash will deliver to here.
And Icy stands up. This bunker isn't marked on any maps.
Doesn't mean that. Doesn't mean we can't give it the address.
Pequod looks over at Icy. Please. And Icy, fine. She stands up. What do you want? And Sasha, shawarma. Okay. And burgers. Just get 10 of everything. And Icy, fine. Come on, Zanzibar. And he puts Saris down on the table and pats her. And I'll be back. We're taking you home first. And she pats him. And they disappear.
One
And
sec.
oh, yeah.
He's gonna go into the kitchen, ruffle around till he finds a cabbage, and underhand toss it to Icy, or near Icy.
He catches it out of the air in his mouth. And picks up Icy and puts her on his back. And they proceed off. And we'll call it here. She'll come back with your food. But we'll